107.5 FM. New, urban, ethical, authentic, sports, entertainment, something for the old, something for the new, something for everybody in between. We leave nothing untouched. We are Spoon 107.5 FM.
Yes, a special one from the CEO, stand with the spoon. And your boy, Friday the Southern Band. James on the beat. To get your information, to the spoon, to be part of our discussion. Spoon television. Spoon radio station. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Monrovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon, you will know. The children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening in Monrovia, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You from Vonjema, Maryland, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. If you eat Cape Town, congratulate my brother, to spoon. You got a Spoon TV, you got a Spoon Radio, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You want to get a news update, to spoon. What? Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba. What I want? This one you back today, Spoon TV. This one you back today, Spoon TV. Spoon So in an era where marriages, have a very, very short lifespan, according to statistics, it's not my saying though, that a lot of the divorce rate is high, according to the statisticians. They say the divorce rate is very high. It takes a miracle of some sort, rejuvenating your relationship, rebranding it, making sure you're breathing new life into it, plus a lot of understanding and forgiveness too along the way, to make sure you can cross 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, 20 years. And today, President Boyka and his beautiful wife celebrate 52 years. 52 unbroken years. How does it all the go on separation small and come by, Bob Wacko, Pyran, come by when you pay in Prince to give no, not I want. We're talking about 52 unbroken years of marriage, that is something really, really envious. That is a feat to achieve, especially in this modern era of ours. One will argue that, they're now a modern couple, and they were there saying, all that kind of thing. Their mindset is different, they groom differently, but with time, people change and people adapt. You see, Papa and two against stay in marriage, they jump in here and there. But we'll have to say congratulations to President Boyka and his beautiful wife. 52 years, that is something those that are married and haven't even gone far praying to do with their partners, and they need to come and learn from you people. They need to open a class and teach how to be married for over 50 years. But a lot of other things happening in the country aside celebrating wedding anniversary. Folks are like, oh, we jump out. As soon as the show came on, it didn't even take a minute after the team song started playing that the Rangers were backstage. I said, not the Rangers is SpongeBob, but that about my to pack value here, like I saw the comments on Facebook. I'm like, oh, can't wait for Spoon Talk to come. Can't wait for Spoon Talk is now on. My name is Diamond Slanger. I'm producing tonight. See Dr. Richardson is in the background, as well as Mr. Dwalu and the people. They all set, and once they're ready, they'll come on. And we can kickstart the show. Mr. Dwalu, if you're ready for me to bring you on, you can just nod. Okay, so yeah, thumb up means he can come on. Mr. Dwalu.
Yeah.
What's up, Chief?
How about Dama? How Liberia?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Liberia.
Yeah, Liberia there, huh?
Somebody ran into air like news.
Hey, even if it's not a Liberia, I have made.
Liberia, I have made. Yeah.
I have made. We will come, we will lay down inside, we finish, we go. Our children come. Hopefully, Dr. Francine. Welcome to the show, Mama. How are everything?
I'm okay. How are you?
I can't complain. We are grateful.
Yeah, that all.
Continue to be the fortunate few.
Yes.
I saw my boy Nelson Kula out there in Ghana. Heavy speed, but taking the middle of the road.
I got a piece of clip for the man Ghana trip. When they were taking the IG, taking the IG to the Ghana police headquarters. So right now we are at the area.
Yeah, I'm trying to see where you...
On the flip side,
for almost 15 seconds, you can get an error. So we are taking the IG.
Same correct. That's how you do the reset for it.
sometimes you can choke you, sometimes the thing can choke you. So
yeah.
I
look good.
How you guys doing now? Tama, how are you today?
I'm pretty good, Dr. Richardson. It's been a busy day. Today I was treated to quite an exquisite customer service at the Uptown Unisex Salon. They did my haircut, so I look, very very. So I want to give shout outs to them and the ardent listeners and followers of Spoon as well. So Benjamin and the rest of the guys, thank you. You guys did a great job, and I felt like a king. I think that's my new spot. I'll be going there. They're located on the old road, VP Road, right after City King soundboard on your right. You can go there too.
When they cut your hair, they have this tradition in Japan. When they cut your hair, they give you a scalp massage.
They did the same. Oh, it felt good.
Oh, it feels so good. Yeah.
The hot towel on my head, and then the massage my scalp and put some different products.
Cool. What you say, Where Damo?
Oh, right on the old road. They're right on the old road. After
we don't want to struggle when we full up, Damo.
La Nego Dwalu. It's even top notch and affordable. Fala. So you should go there to Uptown Unisex Salon on the old road, VP Road, and it's a place that you should go. Yeah,
that's not bad. Bad.
I'll get a text message just now. I'll get a text message. I know where I'll get a text message before they'll bill me.
But let me say this though, Damo. And the Liberian Independence Day celebration. Big shout out to Worcester, Massachusetts, man. You guys had a great and excellent stuff going out there in Worcester, Mass. I saw a few videos out of Philadelphia. I saw you guys partying out there in Philly. Great for you, but I can't forget Lowell, Massachusetts. It was a great celebration. Great. Liberian Independence Day, man, was big out here. Everybody who celebrated Worcester, Lowell, Philly, out there in Providence as well. A bunch of people came from Providence, came down to Worcester. So, thank you for celebrating my Liberia, my people. It was a great celebration. Thank you. See that?
That's why you lost your voice?
No, my daughter made me driving from point to point. She won't go everywhere. Daddy, what the flare? You see my flare twist there? She took the flare down, wrapped it around all because she all causing all the like flare. We go to Worcester, then we drive to Providence, then we come back to Lowell. I said, "Fucking, I'm your president driving. Daddy, just keep driving. Make sure you get all the other time." Because you want to go Kasali. They get roasted fish, they get roasted meat, they get turkey.
When they allow food business.
Hey, you hear what they're talking about? So when food happen, basically, I don't have them around a little bit.
Yeah.
But
I never people allow food business.
Yeah.
I can be asking, I say, how you say your boy America allow get out?
Thank you.
Potato green, roast fish, all that when you want it. Yeah.
Oh,
But today is going to be a great show. I'm just joining you guys
oh,
briefly.
it will be a
Before I
good show.
leave, I feel so bad that I can't be here, but today is Monday.
I'm sure you will follow.
I will be following. I'll be spying as I
I'll be watching the rerun a little bit.
Yes, and then I'll
It'll be a long time. But come on, while they're doing that, let me recognize some of our people here. Jeremiah Blessing, Goba, Mr. Goba, what's going on, man? Oh, Minnesota too, man. How you guys had a ball up there? Minnesota Valley always a guarantee because you're plenty down there. God anointed favor. How you doing, sir? I see Morris Moses Monga, Mr. Monga. I want to hear about y'all. How's everything, wherever you are? Let me pull up my phone here just to make sure I can alternate between the phone and the computer just in case it's going back and forth. Spoon. I see my brother SBB. My begin. What's going on, man? How's everything with you? Keep pushing. I see Kwas. Jabba Timwell. I see Follow Samulu. Abraham L. Benson. Mr. Benson, how you doing? G. Richards. That went by very fast. I see Dwell Morris. I see Matthew Yoba. Matthew, how are you doing? Let me just lower this here. I see Lovett Bundle. Lovett, Prince Moba. Mr. Moba Habaku. To. Wilford T. Dubber. Momo Cully. Over here, I see Kona Gator. Hi, Kona. What's going on, man? How everything? How your sister doing? Honorable Alice Gary T. Way. How you doing, sir? Peter Herman. Mr. Herman, welcome to the show. Penicious Moba. Mr. Moba, how are you doing? Strategic C. How you doing, Mr. Strategic? I see Daga Flomo Tukpa. Mr. Tukpa, how are you doing? James Double. Fala Taylor. Serena Doki. Madam Doki, how are you doing? Moses S. Keller. Emmanuel Akwe. Duma Formula. Mr. Formula, how are you doing, man? How was your celebration? I see Justice denied. Justice denied. In this case, we pray justice is not denied to the CDC boys. If you're left with one, once convicted, it will be shackled to a post in South Beach and given a massive hammer with hard labor. That just mean at all.
Should on side business on your
I should not say. I didn't want to put in any James Mose. I see Melvin Papi Campbell. I see Pearl Campbell. Hey, pretty. What's going on, Mom? I see Mohammed Mane.
You can watch the show today.
Oh, it will be a massive show here. I see Kiwi Goldwing, Double. I just read it there, so I see my own brother Elton save all up. My man, what's going on? It's been a month. My man, that's all about. We talked for a long time. I see Gendry Baba. How are you doing, Gendry Philip? Yu Bong. Henrietta Morris. Madam Morris, how are you doing? Daniel Sherman, Joanna Pay. Everybody, man, wherever you are, come. Share the show. It's about Liberia. There will be disagreements. There will be some agreements. There will be some fussing. Some people will say that wish on. Some people will say they will not go anywhere. But at the end of the day, we will share tree. Come on.
Yeah. Yeah, Mr. Dwalu. So as you can see, the anxiety, the expectation, the folks are eager to listen to their most informative show. You know, it was actually kept a close secret. I was passing around the Central Police headquarters and I saw, a larger than usual group or contingent of police officers and the rest. So it kind of got me to inquire as to what was happening.
Yeah.
And we got the information that some past officials of government were being, brought in for questioning and subsequently, taken to court. There was a writ of arrest issued for some former government officials. And, we had to be there. But for the former Solicitor General, we were told not to go live by officers of the Joint Security. And then when the former National Security Advisor to President Weah was brought in as well, then we decided to go live as well. We're again given the permission to go live. But whatever way we are able to have recorded, the videos will be played on Spoon Talk tonight. And it's a process that has begun. The former foreign minister, the former finance minister, Samuel Twer, has already posted on his Facebook page. We will be sharing that post as well. He has responded. This is a complete contrast to when he was named as a person of interest, where he said he was going to collaborate, with the investigation and provide information that he has got in the case relating to the death of the former IAA boss. But now with this, he has termed it a witch hunt. In his write-up, which I'm summarizing, he said this is just a lame attempt by the government to gain some popularity. The fact that the government has lost popularity, and all that. The former Monrovia City mayor has also made a post on Facebook, and you guys will get to all of that. But that is the most trending news in the country now, that the former national security advisor is going to spend a night, as to how many nights, but the first night in jail beside the former religious advisor to President Weah. Reverend Nimley is still in South Beach. The Australian visa saga, he's still there. He has lamented neglect, abandonment by his congregation. He said,
yeah,
they don't pay him visit. He even accused the former President Weah of not paying any heed to him, that he has been
job to come after you.
He has been abandoned. He has been neglected by the fucking congregation, and he never thought in his wildest imagination it will be as it is.
Wow. See, this is the thing I don't understand. Hey, to my own wife, Clara Way, Howard, welcome to the show, mama. Well, look, why do we always do this? You let somebody beat the baby you more. But the people start joining you now, and then you want this man to visit you. Congregation.
Yeah, but to go visit, he was second in command.
At
the church, at the fellowship, to go even
for members. Build one whole wing for the pastor then. The go you pastor build one whole section of some people then who wasting what's inside. Look,
people that he prayed for, people that he did a lot of things for, they're not visiting him according to him. It's neglect.
Yeah. But hey, that is their business. But I want to make a point though, Damo, before I forget about this. Look, and we will talk more about this today in terms of when somebody claims witch hunt. I wanted to understand this though. In these high-profile cases, especially with former government officials, almost everything regarding the law is followed to the letter. So if they're sending it to South Beach, that means so many things have happened in between that they have not met certain standard. The judge is left with no option but to send it to South Beach. So don't let anybody lie to you and say, oh, they get witch hunting me. When they call you, hey, to my brother Custom and Henry, welcome to the show, brother. It's been a while. I hope you're doing great. And I want to say this. They don't just take you to South Beach, especially a high-profile case. Now, it does happen in Liberia with small cases, but those BB cases, the T's are crossed, the I's are dotted, and everything is in line before you actually get sent over there. Because when you come before the judge, it is very high-profile. Everything is aligned. So don't allow the likes of, I want to say something, though, regarding Jefferson Koji's post. I just read the post maybe 3 minutes before I came on. Let me tell you something. There is no society where the laws are being enforced and that society become chaotic. Or, quote unquote, as Koji is alluding to, it could bring destabilization to the country. That is not true. What brings destabilization if you do not enforce the laws governing that country? Enforcement of laws do not, under any circumstance, bring any form of destabilization. I would just ask that the government is transparent, the government is fair, but the government is constitutionally brutal, without compunction of any kind. This is all I ask for. Bring it, put it in the open. Let the man get a fair trial and let it go through the process. Because let me tell you something. The money stolen from the Republic cost lives, real lives, people lives, what lost through the process. Dr. Francine.
Yeah, Dwalo, I just want to echo and strengthen your words that the government should be fair. We come from a country where people were witch hunt in the past. And correct. So I can understand why people might feel this way. But based on what I'm hearing you say, that people have crossed their I's and dotted their T's to make sure that the legal process is followed effectively and efficiently and justly. Okay. So if that is happening, and I really believe in the transparency, I think Liberians, I could understand the secrecy when they were doing the indictment and all of that stuff. But moving forward, I think Liberians should be aware. There should be, you guys have Dharma there. There should be your guys, Spoon TV. There should be a new broadcast made every step of the way to let the Liberian people know what you are doing. At least let Liberian people know to the extent in which the law allows. Okay. Right. But right. I believe that this is the right direction. Yeah. Let the law fall where it may.
Exactly.
Let the law fall where it may.
Yeah. Hey, Matthew Jake Roberts, I say your name, man. Trust me, if you come here, I see your name, I say your name. Welcome to the show, brother. Welcome, everybody. Damo.
Yeah, Mr. Dwalu and Dr. Richardson, you both said it. Dr. Richardson made a salient point that in this country, yes, there's been kangaroo justice, there's been, witch hunting and all of those things, but we've come far in terms of transparency and in terms of how pivotal the media is, and the media is now muzzled as well. And talking about the individuals involved, as Mr. Dwalu mentioned, is far from the ordinary case where you say the probability of justice being, tempered with and all that is going to be slimmer than an ordinary case. Equally so, the laws must take its course, because since the investigation was done involving the FIA, it's been months for an indictment to have been drawn. And mind you, you're talking about opposition figures, people that played pivotal roles within the opposition. The CDC is by far the largest opposition party in the country. So if you're going after them for offenses they've allegedly committed against the Republic of Liberia, especially economic sabotage and the rest, you must have very, very substantial evidence to go after them. Because if it goes south, it is going to be not just a morale killer, but also is going to be a very unpopular move by the government, where if they go after opposition figures and they're not able to win the case legally, then it will be a bad thing for them. So I'm sure those prosecuting, they did all of their homework, they did all of their research. But again, everybody is entitled to defense counsel. So those involved, I'm sure they will get their defense counsels ready. And this is a case that Liberia and Liberians are going to follow home and abroad, and even our partners are going to be watching, because it's something that got thin margins that could break into something that wouldn't be nice. Not conflict related though, because I'm sure Liberians are not prepared for that. Liberians understand that the law must take its course. We saw similar in 2017 when the Liberty Party went to court and the Unity Party intervened as well. There was much talk that it would have brought a huge divide in the country. That passed and is sealed away. So Liberians are better understanding of what the law is. And even 2023 elections also proved to us that Liberians are not ready to embrace anything of conflict, and everybody wants the law to take its course, and we need a country, that is going to be governed by laws and fair and due process as well, Dwalu.
No, Damo, everything you've said, let me say this though. If especially a high-profile person, if it goes before a judge, and I'm just being hypothetical, an example here, if the evidence required to come before a judge is one sheet of paper, when you're taking a high-profile person there, sometimes you got to bring 3 sheets of paper to make sure the evidence is more than sufficient before the judge even go and say, hey, here's that case. For the judge to even consider the case, there must be proven before the judge himself that this case is warranted and is sufficient enough to go to court before they can do that. So when anybody takes it, is wish on. Look, young men and women in the country, I want to tell you something. If it is proven, and there are sufficient evidence so far as the PS giving these all the reports and money taken from the government, that these boys literally was looting the government state coffers, and you go beyond it because they got some money to throw around, the consequence is going to be on you. Do not allow anybody to beat their pepper in your mouth. When the men were riding all kind of yama air car around, building massive houses, you did not benefit from this. But by the same token, like Dr. Francis said, we have to be transparent, it has to be fair, it has to be evidence-based, and it has to be honor law. And the accusation or the counterclaims about witch hunting, people will always say that to make themselves feel good about themselves. But the evidence is there. The guys that are on the U.S. sanction, if you tell them come to America to vindicate yourself, most of them will not want to come to America because the evidence is overwhelming. But they want to go in the court and say, oh, wait on. It's okay to say wait on, but the evidence must be clear because we want stability. Dr. Francine.
Yeah, and I'll just add before I leave you guys that we will be hearing the terms witch hunt. Basically, people will be saying that, and of course, it's going to come from the opposition. That is their way of, alarming the public. But I would urge all Liberians to remain calm, to just make sure that you are familiar with the case. Make sure that you are looking at things objectively, not from a political party lens, not from a government lens. Look at the law, what the law says, okay? And I will urge those who are persecuting the case to make sure that they are using objective standards. Get an independent review body, somebody that you can consult with, somebody you can send things to. It doesn't have to be America, please, okay? Maybe your own, African, Sierra Leonean, Ghanaian people or whoever that will give you some objective opinion, because I want, so when you win, it wouldn't be just it was a Liberian law which one. I want you to say a group of people came and to review our cases to help us understand this process, and this is they concluded their conclusion was consistent with ours. That's what I want. But anyway, you guys, I have to run. I'll be spying the show. I hope I can get out class early to join you guys. I hope that when my students start talking and getting a law engagement, I can't help it. But
you watch it after. You watch it after.
Yes.
So Damon, but Damon, I mean, I was not on Friday and Saturday after the inauguration. I mean, after this the July 26th celebration speech by DJ Pele, and there's a lot of stuff all over Facebook. I just wanted to chime in a little bit. Look, for me, I'm going to say this: the Americans welcome freedom of speech in us here, but this is my position. I believe there was a time and place for that specific comment, but the overall speech was a great speech overall. But I want to say this: the Americans owe us absolutely nothing. I don't know why people don't understand the distinction. Everything the Americans done for us is out of goodwill. They don't have to do it for us. Countries do have interests. Countries don't have friends. If you are not willing to protect your interest, somebody else is going to utilize that interest to their benefit, to your detriment. They cannot be held responsible for that. The Americans owe us nothing. Whatever they've done for us is for our own selves. But I agree in majority with the speech in terms of reimagining Liberia and allowing dignity to define us. I want people to go and read the entirety of the speech. I don't want you to take these sound bites. Yes, I don't believe this was the time and place for certain comments. Should have gone into the diplomatic means. But then again, Nigeria has a right to say what she wants to say. I'm a proponent of free speech. If it hurts you, the Americans believe in free speech by the same token. But here's my thing: if we're a Kasawali country, yeah, until we start becoming Kasawali country, certain things you cannot say to the person to whom you're always begging, especially if it's public. There are channels you can pass through, but by the same token, the protection of Liberia has to be paramount. It has to be the key issue we focus on as a society. We cannot continue to subjugate the national interest of this republic to anybody else's. I don't care if they are from heaven. I know sometimes people don't understand. Look, Liberia's value must be so supreme that the next country beneath Liberia is not even in the same stratosphere. This is how every country thinks. And we have to learn to think that way, because for Liberia to grow, Liberia's interest must be protected jealously. Jealously. It will be like a God complex to some degree, where we see the interest in it. Look, the future of our children is entirely dependent on how we protect the interest of this country. How are we protecting the interest of Liberia? It's left with us. If you believe that the Lebanese or the Syrians or the Israelis or the Europeans are going to come to your country and they are going to subjugate their interest to yours, you're out of your freaking minds. This is why the argument is always made here, to find your best and brightest to sit across the table so they can know how to protect your interest. I've seen Liberian government officials, when they see a Western foreigner, especially a quote-unquote white man, they're in awe of them. You've already begun losing the negotiation portion of that negotiation, whatever you're going to be discussing. So you need your minds on the table so you can protect Liberian interests instead of us signing these lopsided deals. Look at the concessions in the country. Why haven't we developed a template in terms of how concessions go? By this time, we've done enough concessions in Liberia. Where would you have literally a template that we just filling up forms now? When you come in, this is how you're looking, this is how you're looking. There will be little tweaks here and there based on the conditions of that concession. But in majority terms, it should pretty much be standardized already. Look, Liberian interests must be protected. Reimagine Liberia. But for dignity to define us, we must put the interests of the state far above anybody else's. Fadiga, welcome to the show, my brother.
Man, thank you. You missed out a juicy topic. We did exhaust that.
I know.
And I agree with you. But I don't know why all this hullabaloo about the speech. Look, like I said earlier, so many good things were said in that speech. She attacked everyone. Like it's like Lemon Boy's speech, imposition, opposition, and everything. Those speeches, even though it were meant, they are usually meant to unite and actually not glorify, but highlight individuals responsible along the journey to make this nation where it is. It also meant to provoke our thought process. And I think that what Dr. Pele did, she provoked our consciousness and she sparked a national discussion. What I do not want to come out of this is this nonsense that is going on in Mali and Burkina Faso kind of mentality. You may hate the Americans for what they didn't do in Liberia, but clearly the Chinese and the Russians cannot be more partners to Liberia than the Americans have ever been.
Agree.
My problem with the Americans is I don't think we are demanding enough. I think we need to put our country first. We need people in leadership that will do the right thing by the American, by the Liberian people. And there's another thing too that I was sitting the other day. We had a conversation. I won't say who I had a conversation with, but the Americans, they have been good, and sometimes I believe that they could have done more, and they can still do more. But it has to be with the seriousness of our leader. Take for example Ukraine, and this is where it gets sticky. Ukraine, I think the United States has spent almost $175 billion in Ukraine
in 3 years.
In 3 years. Don't give her 175, just give her $5 billion of that money. It will wipe our debt with BRE streets, with build fences around our border. But it just showed the priority. And you said something. You said government don't have friendship, they have interests. What is our interest? Our interest is ourselves. People, it's greed, is self-aggrandizement. People want to enrich themselves. So when the U.S. give a little handout, it goes through the crack. Few people mismanage it. Yeah. So it has to do a lot of things that are self-inflicted in our country. So yes, so Pele did not. It was not meant to castigate the American. It was not meant to be ungrateful to the American. It was just meant for us to awaken our consciousness and think about how we view aid. How aid have made us dependent. The same thing with the African. So sometimes aid can be good, but because we have this president that will give us aid, so probably we have been, we're not, focusing on ourselves. So we need to reimagine this country. What kind of Liberia we want for ourselves and our children? Is it one that would want people to go with impunity? Is it one that want to hold people accountable like we see now with the Samatua and something and all of a sudden, it's a wish hunt with the threat in the face, So that's the kind of reimagining. So a lot of things about to change, and I'm glad she made that speech. The U.S. and Liberia relation is solid, more solid than ever. It has not something, I think the U.S. need Liberia more than anything now with all this thing going on. So I don't think that will change anytime soon.
I agree, Fadiga. Dr. Propet, Senator, welcome to the show. I want to wish a happy birthday to my Jew, Lopu Ziga. Lopu, let God bless you, your mama. Get healthy, stay strong, many more years. We'll continue to pray for you. Have a great celebration. But I'm going to say this before I give it to Stanton. Stanton, let me tell you something. There's nothing wrong with aid. But aid can become burdensome if that aid is not calculated in the way that benefits the society. Look, I'm going to recommend to people here. There was a book a few years back by this Zambian economist she's called Dembisi Moyo. It's called Dead Aid. And the way aid is distributed in our society, it kind of hurts the society more than it helps the society if the society is not prepared, if the infrastructure is not there to accept the aid and distribute the aid in a way that benefits the society more. Dr. Brober will know more about this than I will. But the issue of aid, it has to be channeled properly. It has to come in a way. Look, the Americans will do a lot of favors, but the Americans will not develop this society until we ourselves wanted to develop. But until we understand that, we'll continue to make these mistakes. Colonel Gray, Dr. Brobe, come in.
Thank you. Did you call me?
Yeah, I'll just welcome you. Where that'll be coming with 2 seconds. That'll be eat before you, or was it vice versa?
Go ahead, Dr. Bopler.
Thank you.
Both of them came about the same time, so they could-
Dualu, I brought Dr. Bopler on. Dr. Bopler, go ahead.
Oh Lord, oh Lord.
We were
CEO
signed with
and
Dr.
company,
Bopler. We were signed with Dr.
CEO
Bopler.
and company, good evening. And it's good to be as always.
30 minutes.
Somebody need to mute themselves. Conor Gray, mute yourself. And it's always good to be on the show. It's good to be here with my friends, but more importantly, it's always good to engage Liberia and beyond. Yeah, so I'll listen to you.
Dr. Bopler, I'm sorry. It's coming from you, though. It's coming from you.
Okay, mute your phone, CEO, and see what's happening, because I don't know what's going on here. Nothing's going on in my. It's good now, right?
It's good now, but it was coming from you. Go on.
Okay. All right. So anyway, yes, nobody's going to develop this place but us. It's still bad. Okay. All right.
Yeah, log your log
So
back in. Center.
No, don't just
Okay,
restart your
we'll try that.
restart whatever you're using, restart it.
Yeah.
Got it.
All right. I don't know what kind of internet Dr. Bopler has, but it's always we want to say that Dr. Bopler go and come back. Folks, welcome to the show.
The place in the interior, man. Well,
Yeah, Magibby is not interior though. Magibby closer to Morovia, so that's a good place. But want to say welcome to the show, everybody. Today is Duaru. My head is pounding, Duaru. I got a lot of. I have never received a phone call like I did today, Fadiga. My head is pounding. But before we even start the show, Dr. Bopler, just go out, turn everything off, and come back in. I still see you in the back. Maybe it would be better if you do. Just turn everything off. Before we do anything, short of anything, let's just wish a 52 years wedding anniversary. Mr. President and Madam First Lady. 52 years. Someone wasn't born. Duaru, you spoke about this? I guess you forgot.
We did. Damo did briefly. But
yeah, we want to say happy wedding anniversary to KYB and President Joseph Yemabwaka JMB. We wish them well. 52 years is not easy. They can teach a lot of folks how to go through the ups and downs. Happy wedding anniversary to the First Lady and her husband, the President of the Republic of Liberia, Joseph Yemabwaka. Again, we want to say happy wedding anniversary to you both. And we pray for God to continue to guide you, keep you, and guide your entire family as you lead the nation the 6 years to come. Many more. Your wisdom, your knowledge, your inspiration go above and beyond. Happy wedding anniversary to President Joseph Yemabwaka and First Lady KYB. Now you will figure what the KYB stands for. Katuma Bwaka. We want to say happy wedding anniversary to you. And may God bless you, may God keep you. And the nation look forward to many years that you guys can live happily together to death do you guys part. Thank you very much. God bless you. I also want to say to you, Mr. Duaru, thank you. As always, you start this program. To you, Hussein, UJ Fadiga, thank you. Connor Ed Remy Gray, thank you. And those that will be joining us will be joined today by Martin Cuddy. He would be as our guest panelist today, that we can deliberate and speak on the issue concerning our country. It is important to know, folks, we are not playing, we are not kidding. Our nation is turning. Our nation is on a wheel. Our country is spinning. Whenever you find yourself, for or against, opposition or imposition, we invite you to share this program. Many of you out there watch Spoon Talk. And indeed, because of you, we are here. But what we saw today in our country, we want you to be part of it. The rate of arrest for Samuel Detour and the rest of them, we're discussing. Twine, who was arrested, we discussed it. The gentleman, along with Twine, the comptroller, they are in jail. We'll talk about the release of the Chinese. The Gao Fan, he and his team were released today. 8 of them were released today on bail. We can provide our information. They were released to the lawyer. I spoke to people involved. I have the document we'll be sharing with you. Gao Fan, the real minister, will put the information up. The other party involved, Michael, the other Chinese group, the other group of Chinese people, there are 2 forces, both Chinese. What is Michael saying against Gao Fan? We were discussing. We have this information concerning Amara Kwane. We want to bring to your attention. Going through the audit report, the CBL audit report, something was spotted from 2014 to 2015 in the amount of 114 plus million United States dollars that the CBL, the auditor, the GSC discovered under the leadership of Amara Kwane as finance minister. $114 million plus were illegally, I said. It's on the document. We'll share this document with you guys today. It's a lot happening in our country. It's a lot happening in our country. Wake up if you love Liberia. Speak up. Do not be afraid. This time around, do not be afraid. We'll share with you everything we have, and you can decide. We talk, you talk, and Liberia decide. We have come a long way. Were there any snitches on Samuel Twain and the rest of them? Who signed on those documents? Some people say, well, John Gakko was called and he spoke. Samara Woody, they called him, he spoke, he testified. And the rest of them, what did they say? Tena Bromson, what did they say to LCC that exonerated them, that set them free? And all fingers were pointed to Samuel Twain as minister. Samuel Twain will be arrested, or he will have to turn himself in. Even if he turned himself in, they will arrest him. The Liberia National Police will arrest the former finance minister, Samuel D. Twain. We have reached to the folks, and we have invited Samuel Twain to come and speak. Samuel Twain said he can only speak when his lawyer gave him permission. So we hope that he can address the nation on this issue. He has written on his Facebook pages, and you follow him, you will see exactly what he wrote. But again, this is Liberia. No man is above the law. But are we going to walk the walk that Charles Salif, may his soul rest in peace? Will they arrest him, put him in jail, and set him free? Will this government drop all charges against Samuel Twain and the rest of them? Or is this government serious for persecution? Are we only talking about Samuel Twain and the rest of them here? Or are we now going deeper and digging deeper into other allegations and recommendations that were made by LDCC? So as you join us, folks, share our program. You will be fed with information like you have never seen before, and you will inform yourself. As you inform yourself, you will make a decision. Not only Samuel Twain. Is this a witch hunt, like CDC claiming it to be? Is this a witch hunt? Folks, join us. Let's have a wonderful program today. Something that you have never seen before, you have never heard before. Lastly, on our program, if we get to it, Western Cluster claiming, Dwalu, that they have provided $1.7 million to Public Works Road and Guinness to fix those roads. And up to now, Public Works have never touched the road. I'm fed with the document. They have sent documents to me, and I will be sharing the document with you guys. The Public Works told Western Cluster, said, we're going to fix the road. We're going to repair the road. You have no experience. This is not what you do. Give us the money. We will fix the road. Western Cluster said, yes. Yes, the money. Please fix the road. And now Western Cluster is complaining that we gave you the money and you are not fixing the road. What's the true story here? Guys, let's talk Liberia. Let's think Liberia. Let's love Liberia. And together, you and I, we can build a new Liberia. Mr. Dwalu, is up to you. I know you did your intro. You talked for 33 minutes, but we're going to start the show officially because we got no time to wait. We give you 30 seconds. Our Hussein Eugene Fadiga will speak. Our brother Colonel Ed Remigray will speak. Dr. Bopla will come in, and the rest of the team will be joining us later. Mr. Duaru,
First of all, $1.5 million cannot fix that road.
1.7 is for repair.
But if the public work collected some money, they must do their job. But I want to say this. If there's a warrant issue for you, or the judge requests your presence, and you flee, or they cannot find you when they grab you, they got to pull. We won't see someone in handcuffs, with him behind his back, with two policemen carrying him in front. There's a message you're sending. You're not doing it because you want to arrest Samuel Toy. You're sending the message. This is what the law is. So I want to say this. This country, Honorable Bwaka, you will do a great disservice to this country if your intention to do what Ellen Johnson Sirleaf did, to do what President Weah did, what President Ellen Johnson Sirleaf did, and President Weah did, arrest people and just turn them over. If you don't have evidence against these people to convict them, there was no point in bringing them to court. This must be followed through. A message has to be sent. This country must be set right if we're going to truly find this dignity that propels us into development. Fadiga.
Stanton, I want to, I know bear with me here, but since it's the beginning of the show, let me say this. I think I've been sharing some stuff in the room there. In the last 48 hours, strangely, I have been tagged on multiple posts and even inbox messages from young Fulani kids. You can look at a picture threatening me. I don't know what I did, but I think it's because of what I said the other day on the show. So now I want to say this. Not that I'm afraid or anything, but I just want to say this. Fulani, as my friends, I got family members that are Fulani. I don't have no fight with nobody from the tribe. I don't care about whatever it is. I have gone through similar things that most Fulani have gone through in this country. They are immigrants, they come to Liberia. I will tell you, you don't be your pepper in my mouth. I'm not afraid of you. The national discussion that you guys want to have about tribe and all those something, don't be there in my mouth. I've already said my truth. I don't wish to indulge in that conversation. God knows it's not going anywhere. If you need my expertise to tell me how we can navigate this, I won't mind helping you. I'm not in beef with nobody in this country. But the way you are proceeding, stay away from my page. I know the older generation will not indulge in any kind of stupid thing. I know most of the young people are overzealous and kind of get excited. So I do understand your naivety. But coming on my page, tagging me, I don't see it because it will not get on my page. That is the wrong way to proceed. If you want to start a national conversation, that is not how you start it. What I've said yesterday, I stand by it. When you serious to have this conversation, push it forward, but you don't want to start it in confusion. So just my message out there that, hey, gentlemen, I got no problem with nobody. All of you are my brothers. A lot of you guys I've noticed that you're young kids. I will indulge in any kind of back and forth for you. But I will tell you, this country is a country of free slaves, a country for black. It's the black Mecca. Any black person can be anything in Liberia. We are seeing it happen. It will happen. Whatever's supposed to happen happens naturally. But whatever it is, it shouldn't be done in any other way or form besides the way it's going right now. So stand up. But besides that, let me just say this: with what is going on right now, where they were telling us, "Oh, we dare you, we can't, y'all can't arrest her. Your team we stole money, can't arrest her." Now, just the arrest warrant are going up. People call it witch hunt. We knew that it would have been into witch hunt. I'm sorry that Uncle Sam and Isaac, I hope they will come and join the conversation because we need them here more than ever today. It is not a witch hunt. We need to set that precedent. We need to put in some deterrent mechanism. It has to start from somewhere. If nobody else have done it before, if this administration set that benchmark, it will be a precedent that every other administration will follow. In fact, it even helps us to be more cautious. It even helps us to be strict because we know that the next government will come and do the same thing to us. That's the precedent we need, and I think we're on the right track. And if this continues, Stanton, Liberia is on the right trajectory.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Colonel Gray?
Well, the fight to make Fulanis part of Liberia is not new. It's an old fight. Growing up in the
Okay,
60s.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. Can we stick with the topic today, guys? Fadiga just wanted to clear his chest on that one. We're not talking about Fulani today. We're begging you, sir.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
I just wanted to remind him. But, Stanton are exactly what it is. Those guys were witches. They need to hunt them out. You understand? People who look at a nation and decimated the nation to that level. Look, people used to transfer money by crates. Officials of the National Bank, the Commerce Minister, all these people, they haul our national coffers by crates to the individual homes. You understand? They were witches. They need to hunt them out. And I hope they will give them treatment befitting witchcraft. People who look at an impoverished nation struggling. And I hope also they have a better defense other than being, referred to the act that will prosecute them. And they need to prosecute those people. And I think I said this last week, that the way I see things going, I think there's hope that Ambassador Bwakai will move. And today is a different day. They can cry all the tears they want to, share with the public. But you know what? What they did to this country, they need to be prosecuted. It's belated, if you ask me. And this should have been the trajectory. Then they will not have big mouth and be talking, rubbish. If you pursue them, and it's still not late. And I'm glad at least they start going after some of the. I think these are the midpoint first. They will start from middle, then they'll go to the top. If you ask me, I think even the former president probably will soon be on his heels because he knows he's next. And they have to go after them. Look, nobody's going to bring war in our country. To bring war is difficult. You don't even have the resources. They can't even spend on their own people that war they'll go spend on. You lie. Go after them. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Colonel Gray. Dr. Bople?
So I want to talk about the Chinese, right? So the Chinese, they're here. The Chinese have come up with a new strategy, and it's working for them. They deploy their citizens all over the country, all over the world. I was in Kenya, and I was amazed. They have huge communities there. They're all over Liberia, but then they're so free here. They get involved in everything now. But people will treat you the way you allow them to. And so what I want to say here is that our government need to start rethinking these relationships. And I don't mean close our society. I mean engage in reciprocal democracy. So what do I mean? In China, it's a very closed cultural society, very close. But if you can come here and freely do business in a room and get involved in everything, then we too should insist on those same opportunities for our people. So yes, where this gets good for Liberia. Liberians have resources all over the world. If we all can't come here, we got to play all kind of way, and you got to deal with all kind of things, but you can go other society where it's structured and it's opportunity. We got Indians here too. If we can go other places and develop businesses, that grows our national income, and then you have more capital for investing in Liberia. We shouldn't just make this a one-way relationship, and we do that a lot in Liberia. It's time to think, as much as we are allowing other people and giving them, how about asking them if our citizens can have the same privileges to be able to invest? China has one of the largest economies in the world. So imagine what it would be like if Liberia has some freedom and liberty to be able to invest there, or in India, or other places where we have a lot of nationals here. I think we need to start thinking outside the box so we make our country better sooner.
Can we give you a few seconds to talk about the arrest situation today? You didn't touch that. That's a problem.
Because you said, well, just introduced that introduction. I'm waiting for the topic itself. When we get to it, I'll do it.
No, I'll give you the chance. I give you the chance to do a 10-second intro on that arrest situation in our country. That's trending, of course.
Yeah, so that's significant. But yes, where I want us to graduate to, okay? If somebody do something wrong to you, Stanton, and you find out, you say, oh, the person did something wrong. If the law come, what you want the law to do? You want the law to take that person and try to let justice be served. We shouldn't make these things look, people like to take what's legal and make it look political, but that's to their own benefit. We need to grow to a place, and I think we can get there, where Liberians, when you do wrong, there will be consequences. Look, if you didn't do anything wrong, don't run, don't hide. Come, make your case. But if you did something wrong, justice ought to be served. So for me, this is a necessary development, and we need to do more of that to dissuade and discourage people who are poor. I'm telling you, I live here now, and I drive around, I see people look, it's very hurtful. I see our people how to struggle, and we're so resource rich, but we still poor, Stephen. And that's because we keep doing the same dumb thing. The man come, he served, he didn't do nothing for nobody, he got plenty for himself. Then now you say, my man, can let's check your thing. Oh, that wish on. Oh, no. Let justice be served. He did nothing wrong, no worries. Go, answer, and then exonerate yourself. So for me, it's a necessary development. It needs to happen more regularly because too many things have gone wrong in this country, especially with the people's resources. And we have this government, this Joe Burger government, has a huge responsibility to help Liberia get some of her resources back so that it trickles down to poor people.
Thank you very much. Uncle Sam, welcome to the show. It's good to have you, sir.
Thank you very much, Stanton. It's a great opportunity to come here every evening. And basically, I'd like to say hi to my Liberian people in the diaspora all over the world, and my people here in Gate Town, Yekwi Town, and the slum communities around this great city, great country, great opportunity. I'm just very glad to be here to discuss training events. Thank you very much for having me.
Highlight also some of the training events that is happening in the country, activities today as your intro, and then we'll move into it.
I guess one major event is the indictments of 5 people who were, I think 3 were taken to Monrovia City Court and were remanded to prison. This is good for democracy. This is good for the rule of law. And some people call it a witch hunt, and they have a right to call it a witch hunt. But I'm very, very certain that in a society and in a judicial system, the rule of law requires proof beyond a reasonable doubt. And the burden of proof, and I heard Dr. Dropler say, let them go and exonerate themselves. No, they don't need to go exonerate themselves. It is the state that has to provide. The burden of proof is upon the state. And it's the state that will make a determination, they'll make a determination whether they want a bench trial with a judge or want a jury of their peers. And I'm very hopeful and that Liberia has come a long ways, and I'm very, very certain that nothing is going to undermine our democracy by flimsy charges or witch hunt. So they believe they have the evidence. Let them produce it in the competent court of competent jurisdiction. I can assure you there'll be a vigorous defense by those defendants, very vigorous defendants, and their lawyers will defend them aggressively. The state must be ready to prove this case beyond a reasonable doubt. They must have documentary evidence. They must have evidence that it's, watertight, because this is a highly politically charged case. I'm sure you've seen all of the responses from seditions and other people in opposition in regards to that. So this case, if they're bringing it, they better have facts, and the facts must be as clear as day. That's all I have to say. And then, of course, the other issue that keeps trending is this issue of this. I see a little bit of anti-Americanism being expressed with the public. I think it's a frustration with the leadership of Liberia, and that is really transfer aggression to the Americans.
Uncle Sam, I beg you, consider me to please stop you. We got a lot of topic. Let's stick to the topic tonight. I don't want us to bring the orator speech up
You asked
again.
me the training things, but if you want to just talk about the indictments, we can talk about the indictments.
No, we're talking about the issue that I raised. The issue that I raised is about the release of the Chinese folks today. It's about the public work receiving money from Western Cluster, promising to fix the road up to Freeport, and Western Cluster complaining that they have not. It's about the arrest issue, the rate of arrest, Samuel Toy and the rest of them, those that were arrested today. Those are some of the trending issues. I just want us to get away from that.
So let me respond. Look,
yes,
on the Western Cluster issue, from the get-go, that's probably the most fraudulent deal in the history of this country, where they granted a $2.5 billion potential investment to a scrap company that couldn't pay $1,000 for a service fee. And they sold it to Sesagua Vendetta. And instead of building infrastructure like a road, like a railroad, building a port and a concentrator, they decide that they're going to sign an MOU. And you know that I condemned that MOU, and they been trucking iron ore in a very environmentally, unfriendly way through clay, through populated areas. And you know that they mess up the roads. One of my very good friends, a mutual friend of ours, Dr. Brockler, Rufus Berry, he almost died on that road. And I heard you say that they gave them $1.7 million. If you remember, Stanton, President Boyka suspended operations on that road. But 2 weeks later, suspended the operations at Western Cluster. But 2 weeks later, through some influences, they started to truck iron ore. I don't know how long they intend to truck iron ore. I don't know whether they've begun to build infrastructure, but that is a very, very troubling thing, and someone needs to investigate it. They were given $1.7 million. Like someone said, I think Dwalu said, $1.7 million does not even begin to fix that road. It can't even fix that road. So this is something that the public has to be engaged with, because once again, it's something that is very troubling and will undermine the living conditions of the people in Bombing and along that corridor. So I believe that there has to be an investigation mounted as quickly as possible.
Thank you very much, folks. Again, this is the Spoon Talk. Please share the show. It will be so interesting. I'm uploading all the documents I'm going to share with our fellow panelists here. The Western Cluster document, the chat, how much you're paying from which session to which session, how much you have given to the public administration, information saying the executive mansion is unaware of the payment to public work. We will get to it. We have Martin Cordy, the activist, coming on the show tonight. He will be our guest panelist. I want to bring in Paul Kennedy. Talk to us your intro, Paul, as we get closer to starting this program.
Well, good evening, everyone. We want to say thank you to the committed followers who always come to Spoon, to discuss national issues. I want to say good evening to my colleagues who are panelists, leaving all that you have to do to be here to enlighten the mind of our people. This is such a good platform for us. I'm really excited, and we are looking forward to discussing some of the issues that are trending in our country. It's a new day, and I'm looking forward to going into the discussions tonight. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So now the guest panelist is here. We'll hear his intro, then we'll get into the topic. It's 9:03 in Liberia, 9:03 p.m. Here in America, Eastern Time, 5:03 p.m. Welcome to the show, Martin Colley. Your intro for today's conversation, you know what's trending, and bravo to you, to your newspaper, the Variety newspaper. Again, welcome to Spoon Talk. Let's hear you for your intro.
Thank you. So, it is always my pleasure to come on. Let me extend my greetings to Mr. Dwalu, Ad Hassan, Colonel Remy Gray, Mr. Kennedy, the neoclassical economist, Sam Jackson, and Dr. Bopler. How are you? It is always good to be here. thanks to the Spoon family for this platform. It is the most widely followed platform. I want to greet our people in Liberia and out of Liberia for always following the show. But what I want to begin with is to say happy anniversary, even though you've already done it. Happy anniversary to the president and the first lady of the Republic of Liberia. Basically, CEO, I'm here for us to talk about the situation with the real minister, as well as the ongoing arrest of senior officials of the past government, to be specific, the Weah-led government. These are very critical issues. You know, CEO, our people, our republic has been affected by what I call two non-identical twins. Number one, corruption. Number two, impunity. If only we can deal with these twins, right, Liberia stands a chance of making huge progress among the Committee of Nations in Africa and the world. So the decision of our government to have issued a writ of arrest for four former senior officials of the Weah-led government is welcoming. I just want to commend His Excellency President Joseph Boakai, because you see, CEO, the major reason why the former president was changed, his ambition to seek re-election was uttered by the people, is because they wanted to put an end to corruption. They wanted to put an end to impunity. Yeah, are we today? Some of us.
Let's just do a quick intro, because I know you come with bazooka or B-52 or whatever you have in your arsenal. Let's do a quick intro, then we'll get to it, because I've shared most of the document in our chat room, but you have them already. And again, I want to say thank you very much, Mountain, for the newspaper and the collaboration of working alongside with you, informing our country. Once your newspaper go up in the morning, we come at Spoon Talk and discuss the issues, same way Front Page Africa, Rotterdam CA. We got to keep our people informed, and because of them, we are here discussing issue. Martin Cody, the activist, thank you for joining Spoon. We're going to go through the conversation. First on the conversation tonight would be this story that came up. This morning, we were hearing information was coming up, but as you can see, it went crazy today. Everybody, those of you on the radio, we ask our brother who loves to read for us, Brother Duadu. Yes, the information that came up forwarded this morning, Brother Duadu. Can you inform, can you read this for those in the radio land as we begin this conversation, sir?
So this is a writ of arrest issued by the court. It says, I was reading from the top, Republic of Liberia, by and through the Ministry of Justice and the Liberia Anti-Corruption Commission of the City of Monrovia, plaintiff, Samuel D. Twe, former Minister of Finance and Development Planning, Councillor Yananti Twe, former Acting Minister of Justice, Stanley S. Ford, former Director of the Financial Intelligence Agency, D. Mose P. Cooper, former Controller, Financial Intelligence Agency, and Jefferson Carmore, former National Security Advisor, defendant. Writ of arrest, Republic of Liberia, to Captain Charles Liu Floor, Magistrate Police, or Deputy, greetings. So this thing is issued by the court for their arrest.
Thank you very much. So we have established something here. Go get them, arrest them, bring them. The Republic of Liberia versus blank, blank, blank. But who are these guys? Just in your first line, your first 1 minute, who are these guys? What actually happened? Why are they arresting them? What brought us here? I mean, these are the questions these great panelists going to discuss tonight. Why are we here discussing the arrest? As you can see, the arrest of Samuel D. 12, former Minister of Finance, the man that distributed the money, this man that talked about voodoo economy, the man for 6 years that ran the activities of everything, every loops, every holes in the country. And you know Samuel D. 12, the czar, the CDC czar, when you talk about finance, when you talk about banking, when you talk about the economy, everything, Samuel 12. Why this government is arresting Samuel 12? This government, why this government saying that go and arrest Samuel D. 12? Why? Big question. Why this government saying that not only Samuel 12 we want you to arrest, we want you to also arrest this gentleman. And everybody know Councilor Twine. Why are you going to arrest him? What happened, folks? Let's go back in history. Let's take our time and enjoy the show. We'll respect our time today. But as you share the show, every one of us here, please go on your Facebook pages and share. Why are we arresting them? Why the big time bomb hit the country? Boom! Liberia National Police looking for folks. And based on that today, we saw this picture. This picture. Look at this picture, folks. We saw this picture today on prisoner bench, on the phone. Maybe he's calling his lawyer. Maybe he's patiently waiting for the judge to appear. We're really going to get something out of the story today, folks. Here comes the video. So there you have it. There you have the picture. There you have the video. Let's establish something. And then we'll go round table. You remember this document I'm showing you right now? Some of you have this document. Sorry, Brother Dwalu left. He loved to read for the people on the radio. But some of you remember this document. When we receive this document, we share with everybody, ministers, senators, representatives. The document had the signature of Janga Ko, the acting chairman for CDC, Samora Z. Water P. Z. Waterkari. At the time, and Minister Samuel D. 12. If you remember this document talked about money that was taken away in the total sum of a little over $6.2 million. And when this document came up, people said, wow, what's happening? What's going on here? Folks, we're going to give you something that you never heard today. And that's why Martin K. and Cody is on. That's why Babadu Mame, Abdullah Mame is on, Uncle Sam and everybody. Tualu, thank you for coming back. You remember this document. For the sake of the conversation, let's start the show with you, and we got to go back down to Obama because he just joined us late. But Dwalu, you remember this document. Signature, Janga Ko, Samora Waterkari, Minister Samuel D. 12, and other folks, other documents we're about to share with you that have testimony of these guys. Let's have the show, folks. Let's enjoy the discussion tonight. Mame, you came in late, but the first conversation tonight will start with you. The arrest, this arrest, that will issue the writ of arrest for Samuel 12, for Councilor Yanti Twine, for standing for Demose P. Cooper. I'm missing some other people's name. And the last name on the list, Jefferson Camo, former National Security Advisor to the President. Let's hear you, Mommy.
It's good to be here. It's good to, Justice, it's good to see you. It's good to be here to see everybody on the show. What Stanton and I talked about was, this is a legal case. This is a case in court already. We are speaking to the merits of the case. It will be fair to our people to understand some of the testimonies behind the case from the people who themselves were involved. Because there is a theory about witch hunt. What the Samurai Wolokoli say, what the Jangako say, the testimony they wrote regarding this case is what we want to bring you up to speed with before we go to the indictment. Samurai Wolokoli.
I'm going to post it. I just want you, please. I'm uploading them, but I can share them with the rest of the panelists. If you give me a few seconds, and we get other documents that we'll be sharing as well. But the importance of these documents here, I want us to talk about how it all started before we get to the explanation. How this thing started about the FIA. That's what I bring up to speed, Mommy.
We're getting close to election. We're getting close to election. The guys were finding ways to get money out of the system. They believe one of the ways to do it was to pass it through the FIA. According to their own testimony, they took this amount of money, 6.2 or 6.02 million, not in the budget of the FIA, not approved by the legislature. Direct debit on the government operations account. They took it from Health Ministry's budget and the government's operation account, pass it over to FIA. And went behind the scene with FIA, withdrew it on the counter. They seen story about withdrawing money on the counter. Withdrew it on the counter at the central bank. But before they could use FIA needed to be first included into the national security architecture. So they joined national security. It was not part of it. So that's how the national security advisor got involved. That's how the justice minister got involved. They prepared a scheme as if FIA were part of the joint security, because the money could not go to the justice ministry under Musa Dean. He was not prepared to operate with them. So they decided to bring in the FIA. They brought in the FIA without any request from FIA to be included into the joint security. They brought in FIA, used FIA, put the money in their account, and Standard 4 and the controller operated, withdrew the money, and gave it to them. That is how it happened. The theory is they use it for campaign. What we are gathering now is President Weah, upon the indictment and the review of the facts, is angry that these guys withdrew this amount of money not unknowing to him. He was not aware, no idea that 12 and few other people withdrew $6 million. He did not know anything about. He is shocked. He is disappointed that his lieutenants would take over $6 million from the system.
Let me hold you right there. Mama, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Folks, thank you for sharing the show. Continue to share the show. Let me bring in Mr. Duaru. Mr. Duaru, like Mama is saying, let's establish something. We have receipt. 6.2 million gone. Pew. Go on, Mr. Duaru. Talk to us real quick. Yo, 1 minute.
Let's establish something that is important that Liberian people must understand. Before an indictment comes from the court, there must be sufficient evidence presented to the judge showing that a crime has been committed, that this thing can be carried to court. That doesn't necessarily mean it's convictable, but it has to go to court. So I want for you to understand, somebody claims witch hunt, that is a lie. That went before a judge. The judge took a look at the evidence, and the judge said, this here is plenty, it look like it wrong, but I cannot determine whether it's entirely wrong now, but you go before the court to determine that. So the issue of witch hunt is lie. Don't listen to that. But I want to say this. Look, the culture that CDC nurtured in Liberia it gave almost everybody who held on the position in the country that they could literally go into the national cover and take money with impunity. This was accepted throughout the government. So when people were doing this, they were doing this even whether it was direct consent from the president or an implied consent from the president. So that's why they didn't do anything that was not encouraged by the CDC administration. And everybody else has been accused here. This was nurtured, this was encouraged, and this was the culture in Liberia. I want us to establish that fact.
Thank you very much. I'm going to go down to Martin. Talk to me, Martin. Then we'll go up to Fadiga. Martin, the activist, talk to us just about this, the origin of this 6.2 saga.
Yes, CEO, it's important for our people listening to know the origin, the root, as we begin to provide further analysis. You see, I want to premise my thought on the fact that the national treasury of our country was gang raped under former President George Weah. I want to repeat that. The national treasury of our country was gang raped under former President George Weah. So how did this start? I want to say hats off to the investigative and independent journalists working at Verity. So on the 19th, we investigated and uncovered how 6.2 million United States dollars was siphoned from the operational account of the government through the Financial Intelligence Authority. So, you know, the LACC has extrajudicial power. I'm not a lawyer, but when you talk about extrajudicial power, it means that the LACC has the authority to conduct investigation and hearings if there are potential evidence of fraud or corruption. So in February, I want to be specific, CEO, because the people have to get the details. So between February and March of 2024, 11 persons of interest connected to the alleged scandal were invited to testify by the Monitoring and Investigation Department of the LACC. I want to call their names because this is an important case, CEO. The people need to know them. They are not only four. There were many who were invited. And as the case goes along, they could also be called in or arrested and jailed like the others. So number one, persons of interest are former Solicitor General Yenan Titouan, former FIA boss, Mr. Stanley Ford, former FIA Chief Accountant or Controller General D. Moses Cooper, former National Security Advisor Jefferson Camo, former Deputy Minister for Fiscal Affairs Samora Wolokoli, former Controller General Janka Koa, 1 minute, please. Deputy Minister for Budget Tannen G. Bronson, Deputy CBL Governor Yemane Piercy, CBL Governor Aloysius Talu, CBL Director of Banking William G. Joplin, and CBL Assistant Director of Banking Theophilus Lame. I am not accusing those who have not been indicted or charged. I'm saying they were called in by the LACC as persons of interest. Why were they called in, CEO? So I will give you two different dates because the Liberian people are monitoring. On September 19th, 2023, the Controller General, Janga Koa, was instructed by the Minister of Finance at that time, Samuel Ditwe, to transfer 999,700,000 from the operational account of the government of Liberia to the account of the FIA. On September 21st, 2023, he was also instructed to transfer 500,000 United States dollars. So the first amount is almost $1 billion Liberian dollars, and the second amount is 500,000 United States dollars. So when you convert the almost $1 billion Liberian dollars to United States dollars and add the 500,000 United States dollars, we are talking about 6.2 million. 6.2 million in total or aggregate, but it is good to give the specifics. So our people need to know. So the first transfer, 448,000. The second transfer, 398,000. The third transfer, 153,700, amounting to 999,700 Liberian dollars. And the other transfer, which took place on the 19th of September 2023, was 500,000 United States dollars. Now, like Comrade Mame said, right, look at the proximity of the transfers. Those transfers took place in September. When did we have our election? The election was held in October, right? So it was only intended to drive their reckless political campaign or ambition. So when you hear people talking about the government spending millions of dollars on campaign, buying voting cards, that's what they were doing. That's what they were doing.
You have established something. Let's pause for you. Let's give others the chance. And I'm uploading everything that you are speaking from. So once I upload them all, I want you to break it down as I show the folks that joining us today exactly where we're coming from. One of which is this you just spoke about, correct? You were speaking from this.
Exactly.
All right. The Government Liberia Operation Account USD FIU 500,000. We ran with the story. We have the receipt. The rest of them in LRD, Liberian data, and the US data, amounting to 6.2 million or so. We got other documents that we'll be sharing with you guys. Let me bring in Fadika. Fadika, this is a big story. Folks have turned themselves in. People are posted to Samuel Twelve House right now, waiting for him to turn himself in, or they will arrest him if he's out of the country. When he arrived at the airport or any border, the Liberia National Police and Immigration have stationed folks that he should be arrested immediately, taken to the Liberia National Police, as per the report from the Justice Department. UJ Fadika Hussein, talk to us.
Well, Stanton, it's not surprising. The folks, like I said earlier, they were crying. Catch us if you can. Now it's happening for real now, and they are calling vision. But Stanton, one of the things that I learned from this is that when they say checks and balances, there's a reason why that was coined in politics. Look, human being by nature can be corrupt. Greed is part of human nature, but that restraint only comes about when you have something to hold you accountable and restrain you. Once a government remove that restraining mechanism, then they open a floodgate to corruption. In a few ways, it can happen, either by military decree, where military come there, they strangulate the country, or by having an emperor-like president, where everybody worship the leader, and they build this thing like a court. Nobody question anything. You have to take blood oath. You have to show loyalty. You have to go through extreme length to show loyalty to the Messiah. And that's what the CDC cultivated over the years. So that removed that layer of check and balance. I said this many, many years ago, that if we really go to it at the end of the day, the amount that those guys took for the country will amount to close to $1 billion, because that check and balance mechanism was removed from our democratic process. Everybody gave the emperor whatever he wanted. We feed into his flamboyancy. We feed into his lavish lifestyle. And that's what caused for all the things. So there was nothing to stop them. When they couldn't find money, they went through extreme length. That's why it's important to strengthen every institution, every branch of government. But that didn't happen. We saw that everybody, even religious institutions, everybody said, "All hail the Messiah." They were mute, they were silent, and now we are seeing the ramification of what happened when a country loses its sense. So I'm not surprised you know, the amount of way it was done. The good thing here is previous administration have put in a system that have made it a little difficult. It's not easy to just move money, especially in that quantity with something. They try, but this is just the beginning. I think we have more revelations to come, and I won't be surprised. I'm glad that I hope those guys go to court. I hope they can exonerate themselves if they can. If they cannot, I want to see in this lifetime that somebody go beyond bar, somebody be prosecuted and actually go to jail for looting the country, for economic sabotage. I want to see it, or else I'm still cautiously optimistic. I believe that we are on the right trajectory, but until I see the final verdict, guilty, and people are thrown in prison, so that it serves as deterrent to other people. Stanton, we're going to continue talking.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Let me go to Paul Kennedy. Paul?
Thank you very much, CEO. I'm going to be a little careful here since the case is currently in the Court of Competence Jurisdiction. I do not intend to, I will not intend to do any assumption of the matter. This case has, you heard my brother Martin, he just named several persons of interest. And one of the persons of interest is a senior government official of the past former CDC government, the Honorable Samuel Doe-Twe. The former finance minister has a lot of secret. The reason why, in fact, in other countries like the United States, those people are honor high-level security clearance is they know who they give money to, they know what they use money for, they know what processes they go through to distribute or appropriate money. And I'm saying this because when I was reading the rate of arrest, they said the sabotage, and to a certain extent, they even collided and used the money for personal intent, on personal, activity. Well, I hope, and this is a very good step because we've all cried for justice. We've all cried for the perpetration of impunity in our country. However, the case on hand now should not be judged by public opinion, since it's already in the court of law. And we have to be it's a very sensitive case. When it comes to attributing money and corruption and misappropriation and misapplication, these are thin lines. It is not Paul Kennedy who just went and took money from one bank and they're running behind. They are trying to arrest a senior level.
I'm sorry. I'm not telling us not to discuss this case because a finance minister gets security clearance or he should be having security clearance. Are you sure throwing out a caveat that we should be careful? I mean, what's your position here?
Chief, you are again my conversation saying I will remain within the scope.
You are not a lawyer. You are not representing any one of them. Yeah, so why are you being careful as to what to discuss and not to discuss? And the Liberian people depending on you, depending on your opinion. But you say, no, Senator, my friend. So let's be careful what we say here. No, don't tell me to be careful. I mean, are you putting fear that he will say something that he gave me money?
Let me correct you. Stanton Weatherspoon is my friend. Samuel Doe-Twe is my friend. I have a lot of friends growing up in Liberia, and his position in government is in no way associated to me. Except you are trying to judge guilt by association, then here am I, can't carry me to court because I'm Samuel Doe-Twe friend. Now let's get back to the issue. The issue is that when government is perpetrating arrest, there are level of arrest that people are supposed to review to go through. Should there have been an arrest, or should there have been a summon, or could there have been, a rate of summon instead of jumping to the rate of arrest? What I'm telling you, Samuel Doe-Twe was appointed by former President George Manuel Weah to serve as a Minister of Finance under that CDC government. You just listed key level of government officials, including the current chairman of a popular party, Honorable Janga Ko, as also being a person in interest. What I'm saying here on this platform is that why this is a very good thing. The litigation into this issue should proceed to the appropriate and the most part of it. Do not cherry pick.
Let everybody go home. The show over. Let them go home. Martin, let go home. I'm not only saying my brother, Paul Kennedy. Okay, thank you very much for your opinion. But Martin, I mean, you're an activist for God's sake. The people depend on you. They depend on Mr. Dwadu. They depend on Uncle Sam Jackson, Dr. Bople, Colonel L. Remy Gray, the very Paul Kennedy, Asido, Mommy, and myself, and all our sisters that come on the show. Our brother is sanctioning us, saying, don't speak. As a public activist, don't speak. I'm not representing Samuel Toye or any one of those guys. I owe it to the Liberian people. Martin, I give you 10 seconds. You got anything to say what Paul Kennedy just said? We should be careful because it's in court.
Basically, I have a different opinion. I don't think by discussing this case, we will prejudge or become prejudicial, because a writ of arrest has been issued already by the Monrovia City Court, and the charges are there. Do we have the document from the investigation conducted by the LACC? Yes, we do. The findings are also there. The recommendations are also there. So, like I said, the LACC has quasi-judicial power. So it is based on the findings, the recommendations for prosecution from the LACC that we are discussing, right? Because the LACC will not charge you if they don't have evidence. The LACC indicted them and charged them with even money laundering. If you look at the writ, money laundering is not in the writ. But if you look at the investigative report of the LACC, you'll see money laundering at the end, because they use the FRA to fund your state resources and later withdrew, send it places that nobody can locate or identify. You know, that's state looting, that's institutionalized thievery. So there's nothing wrong with discussing a report that has been done.
Thank you. Again, thank you. And I think everybody, I put all this thing in the chat room, everybody reading it. Let me go to Uncle Sam Jackson. Now we'll go to Dr. Bopla, Colin Gray, and Asido. Uncle Sam, hush. Don't talk about it yet. It's in court. Let's be careful. Samuel Toye got so many secrets on everybody. If you talk about it, well, you hold the rope hold the bush. The friend of Samuel Toye, our dear brother Paul K. Kennedy. Talk to me, Uncle Sam.
Well, first of all, notice today there were no seditions at the courthouse trying to obstruct the arrest of the accused. Unlike when Vani Sherman, chairman of the party, was indicted, Amos Toye, currently MD, ILPRC, and other stalwarts of the Unity Party converge upon the home of Vani Sherman and sought to obstruct the arrest. In fact, they effectively obstructed the arrest of Vani Sherman. And nobody today, I was home sitting down quietly. Every sedition, we have gone on social media to call it a witch hunt. There was no massive show at the Monrovia City Court to obstruct the peace of this country, because the CDC is a populist party, is interested in the peace of this country. But unlike the Unity Party, when Vani Sherman was indicted, they obstructed the peace of this country, and this country could have easily came. But let me just give you the Liberian people something. Look, well, Samuel Toye is not a stupid man. He's given a statement, and I would like to read a statement if you don't mind, because he is accused. So the accused, we are discussing the case here. We have to tell the Liberian people how Mr. Toye has responded. So if it's okay with you all, I'd like to read.
No. I want you to finish because we got a statement.
No. This is finishing about. We have to read his response.
Uncle Sam, I'm not saying that we were not. I'm saying I'm going to post a statement for you to read it.
But I like to read it in my voice. I prefer
Go
to
ahead,
do
Uncle
that.
Sam.
As
Go
part
ahead.
of my response.
Go ahead.
He said the witch hunt has officially commenced. My fellow Liberians, partisans, friends, and family, today a politically motivated witch hunt has been officially launched against my person, calling for my arrest. Over the last 6 years, I have been a major political target and have faced falsely devilish accusations, spanning from a so-called 25 million mop-up propaganda to the $16 billion concoction to so many other fabrications intended to besmirch my reputation and derail my political institution. And to the end, he said, working, and I'm just paraphrasing because in the interest of time, he said, working with my lawyers and others, I stand ready to defeat this witch hunt and vindicate my reputation through the justice system. In the end, I will emerge stronger and my enemies will be put to shame. May we all work for a fairer and better Liberia. I thank you, Samuel Detour. Samuel Detour didn't call for insurrection. He's not calling for people to obstruct his arrest. He's going to go to court. He's going to file his lawyers. They're going to get the appropriate bond, and he will be vigorously defended in the court of competent jurisdiction. And the jury of his peers will ultimately determine whether this is fabricated, or whether this is any truth to it. So, the Liberian people, I know that people have already convicted Mr. Twe on Spoon TV. But Mrs.
Uncle Sam, that's not fair. That's not a fair. Uncle Sam, you are not being fair. And I believe
by
you
by the language that is being used, how these people looted the central bank,
everybody entitled to their opinion. You cannot put this on Spoon TV. But you cannot put this on Spoon TV. Uncle Sam, you support CDC. We'll hold you not responsible for your own opinion. Do not put out a ruling that we have indicted Samuel Detour here on Spoon TV.
People said they gang raped. They used the word they gang raped.
It's okay. That's their opinion. But that's their opinion.
You use the word witch hunt.
It's not an opinion.
You use the word
witch hunt. Uncle Sam.
No, it has to be part of the indictment.
There are pieces of evidence to prove that the National Treasury on the CDC.
Everybody should have an opinion, right?
Let me bring in. That's all right, gentlemen. That's okay. Let me bring it Dr. Bobla. Dr. Bobla, can you please come in and speak? All right. Again, I know this will be a very heated program tonight, but let's give space for others to speak. Uncle Sam, you're done. Uncle Sam, you're done.
Allegation.
Uncle Sam, we got to move on. Dr. Bopler, please come in.
Okay.
Thank you, CEO. So the case is going to court, and the court will do what the courts do. I want to talk about the process. Okay, right now we're discussing the product. Okay? There seemed to be something that was done wrong. I want to talk about the process, motive, and opportunity. Before the election, executive of the central bank came and said, "Doc, they're taking the money. It's not a guy go. Who taking the money? The ruling party." Look at the process.
No, I beg you. Let me understand you. You said before the election, what happened?
Somebody, executive, came to me and said, "Doc, they're taking the money. It's not kind of going. Okay. I was personally in a bank with an executive, with the president of the bank, and a certain big shot came and said, "My man, we need the $250,000." And they said, "But where the paperwork?" He said, "Man, that kid a thing. The paperwork will come later." And I'm thinking they're not going to release their money, because you got to have paperwork. They're playing money there. They release the money. So let's look at process, not product. Why is it that it is so easy, Stanley, for people to just do that here? And why is it? I want to shift slightly because we always look at the people who we think were perpetrating these things. But what's about us? What's about the person in the bank who always, when they come with a letter, they say yes? Why don't we say no? The process need to be followed. Why don't we make noise then? If we start doing those things, we'll prevent these things from happening. The ease with which it can happen, that you can just plunder national resources and do it, with frequency. We too, the people who are working in these institutions, we're at fault. Somebody will say no. He said, but if I say something, that I will lose my job. But then how will we ever get to a place where we develop as a nation if everybody just wants, you will lose your job eventually anyway. If the country goes broke, you will lose your job. So we, the people, must stand up too and say, no, sorry, chief, we can't do it this way. Bring our paperwork before I give you the money. And when they fire you, then you go to the newspaper and you go to and make some noise. That's the only way we're turning around here. If everybody's just concerned about themselves, then we, the people, will struggle to get to the next best. So, from a legal standpoint, the courts will do what the courts do. I am just concerned with the ease of which we can just do these things repeatedly. And I want to close with this. So I'm always talking about decentralization because decentralization is one of the ways to resolve a lot of these things. If our resources were spread throughout the 15 counties, the central government can squander its little share, but the counties will have opportunity to do things. That's what we saw in other people's country. The Washington, D.C. can eat all our money. In small town West Virginia, we have our own money. We have our own leadership. Things work well every morning when you get up. So we got to make a shift. We can't keep doing the same thing and expect a different outcome.
Dr. Bopler, thank you, and thank you for respecting the time. My brother, Corner L. Robin Gray, talk to us.
Stanton, I'm not seeing some key phases on the arrests that were made today. I'm assuming that probably those folks are on their heels by now. Folks like the FIA boss, Stanley Ford, I didn't see him. And those are key individuals to this investigation. And by now, maybe the police and other law enforcement agencies are supposed to start issuing out APBs or BOLOs, what those mean, be on the lookout. And we have a partnership with the international police. So we should start finding a way to bring these people to justice. Why I'm saying this, we also need to reform the courts. Because if you want to make the court one of competent jurisdiction, those old judges, those old jury or jurors that are perpetual within the courts, we have to change all of these individuals because those people are compromised. And I tell you what, as long as you allow certain people to make comments when they're supposed to be under our legal advice by now, but they are free to make comment, they will incite people. Mr. Jackson here said the man did not incite people. Man, I don't think you know war language. Listen to that thing. That's complete incitement. Not what I'm calling on my people, they're about to arrest me for which one, no. You'll come to my aid. That's what that means. They don't have to go to court. The former CDC used to go to court, storm the court, take seize of their individual. The likes of Moba Molu were all yanked from the justice system at some point. So they and Unity Party, they exchanged those kinds of pleasantry. But this is a different era. This is a Joe Bwaka era. You understand? You want to go to court and stage a riot and think that people should not face the law, then you're doing injustice to even those individuals you're trying to protect. Let us people go to court. And Kennedy, let me tell you something. This issue will be discussed. It should have been long, like yesterday. It will be discussed. Those people, as far as we're concerned, they're individuals who have submitted tangible evidence. And I will ask that the LSC should be given not only quasi-judicial power, but full judicial power to have their own prosecution court that will speedily, hastily prosecute some of these people instead of going through our justice system that is so cumbersome and corrupt. I tell you what, if you make those people stand alone, justice will be dispensed hastily and very prudently. That's all I have to say, Stanton.
Thank you very much. I'm going to go to Asset Doe. Former Deputy Minister Asset Doe, talk to us on this issue.
Well, thank you. And before I say, I just want to beg the conscience of everyone to please allow me have my little 2 minutes. We've been patient. We listened to everyone talk. We did not disrupt. We're here. Please don't do it to me. Thank you. So I come on this show prouder than I've ever been. Serving a government that did not have a political prisoner for 6 years is something all Liberians should celebrate. You know, when you come to power on the back of lies and falsehoods, you have pressure to do something, just anything, to prove that the lies and falsehood you told to come to power were real. Well, I got a news for you. There will always be the truth after the lies. An example, you said that Jefferson Koji brought arms in the country. Your government said that was lie. You said that President Weah told St. Moses to kill 3 boys. Your government said that was lie. You said that Jefferson Koji did whatever he did to Justin Otello. Justin Otello came on and said that was lie. And I got a breaking news for you. We have received draft report from the investigation of the auditors that you told Liberians that the CDC government killed. And that report confirms what the CDC government said. This will be a breaking news. Many persons will come on here with eyes not opening and try to spin around. But the truth will always be prevailed. Now, what are we discussing? What is the real issue? Let's take ourselves and understand what really went on. The FIA. The FIA investigation did not start in vain, unless you know. It started from a 500,000 that, according to folks, was transferred one day and withdrawn the other day. So according to them, it was suspicious. As a financial person, we will always boast of, yes, it will be suspicious. Yes. But then it is beyond just having the mind that something is suspicious to the actual intent of what happened. The investigation started from there. Then the Boycott government, in an attempt to, of course, wish hunt people, started adding other figures. And I want to ask everyone here to kind of take off your political hat that will blind your eyes and check each of those accounts listed on a report. What were they used for? We've managed to know that even 2 of those accounts were used for salaries of employees. Unless you want to tell me that FIU was not paying salaries. You even included it just to show that your lies you told to come to power were truth. Where are we heading to? We are heading to where we went when we started the issue of the asset recovery, where you got on the street and you were defeated in courts. Today, the CDC, as a party of respecter of the law, of course, will not sit idly and allow a government that won the election on less than 1% to think Liberia belongs to only a day alone. The CDC will step up. We will use the power of the people to bring the government to halt and let them know that winning an election with 1% does not give you an absolute mandate to witch hunt political opponents. A finance minister disburses funds, and the best you can do is say he used it for personal whatever it is. We know the burden of proof lies on the government, and we will defeat the witch hunt for the government. We will be right. We will come back here. We will shame people again, and Liberia will not burn. But the CDC will absolutely not allow this government to crush our country with a winning margin of less than 1%. We will stand up and we will do that.
Thank you very much, Asido. You was totally not interrupted, and I respect everyone on the show. We're going to move to Mambe Ball.
This is what I'm saying. Nobody want to interrupt anybody, but you cannot allow us to be talking about 5-6 minutes continuously.
So, okay, Mr. Eduardo, do me a favor. Yeah, right.
You got to respect me time.
Yeah, but Mr. Eduardo, everybody should talk for 2 minutes. Can you please help monitor the time, please?
I mean, it's not so much time to put respect.
What can we do? We got to be mature. Yeah, thank you. Right. But let me say this. We're going to go to Martin Cody. We're going to go to Martin. Will come to you. Then we'll go to Mambe. Then we'll do the cycle on this one. We're not hearing you, Martin. We're not hearing you. You're muted.
1 minute, CEO. I just want to make an interjection before.
Let me correct something very quick. Then you come in because I'm coming to you. I beg you, hold 1 minute. I'm coming to you. Let me say this real quick. When the Unity Party government, this government, under President Joseph Yimambwaka and the Liberian National Police came out and said Jefferson Koji, as of today, will not put a name on the gun issue. We'll blame somebody else. Simose, as of today, though the media ran with it, will not put Simose's name on it. Our findings indicate otherwise. And they listed different things. And we blame the Liberian National Police. We say, oh no, with everything we got, you so hold them. It wasn't witch hunt. It wasn't witch hunt. I want every Liberian to hear us and hear us well. It wasn't witch hunt. When Gregory Coleman didn't mention Jefferson Koji name, Vanitali, it wasn't witch hunt. When Gregory Coleman says Simose is not part of the 3 missing boys' death, it wasn't witch hunt. But today, a writ of arrest to bring in Stanford, to bring in Samuel, to bring in all the other guys there, now it's witch hunt. We got a statement. And we'll go back to Martin Cody as we go over these investigative reports, the statement. When they presented themselves to LDCC, what happened? We have one for Janya Cole, it's right there. We have one for Tenant Brunson, it's right there. We have one for Stanford, it's there. Samora Watercolor, we have everything. Now we're going to bring in the activist Martin Cody. Let's start the second round. Martin, talk to us.
Our CEO, this platform is intended to generate facts. I did listen to Isaac Doe trying to reference a report that he doesn't even understand the content. This is unfortunate. Talking about salaries were paid from the amount in question. Where? How? When? What can you cite? We should be asking these hard questions and not allowing a man like Isaac Doe to go scot-free with misleading information. So let's go to the report, Isaac. I don't know whether you even have a copy of the report, or you are just
not ready,
or you are just talking offhand. You know, let's go to the report. Listen to what the suspended FIA boss said. Listen to this. According to Mr. Ford, this is his testimony. The FIA received in its operation.
Is this what you're reading from, right? It's up.
Yeah, sure, it's up. Thank you, CEO. We have all the facts. We should not allow people to manufacture falsehood. This is a respectable platform. Our people deserve to know the truth. So let's go through the facts. According to Mr. Ford, this is from Mr. Ford, his own testimony. According to Mr. Ford, the FRA received in its operation account the funds as mentioned in the minister communication were withdrawn, turned, and made available to the National Joint Security Team members on him. Are you seeing on NIM, CEO? Can you make that part bigger so our people can see on NIM?
No, they're seeing it. It's there. They're seeing it.
Go ahead, Justice. Go ahead.
So on NIM, as was directed by whom? By Samuel Clare. Read the report further. So the first notation I want to make is that you have to understand the security architecture of that country in the context of the 2011 National Security Reform Intelligence Act. I don't know whether you know all these things exist. The FIA is not a member of the Joint Security. So on what basis did the FIA become, quote unquote, a member of the Joint Security? Through a mere communication? The law that created the Joint Security is the 2011 Intelligence Reform Security Act. So before that law can be uttered, it must go through legislative enactment. I don't know whether Isaac understands legislative politics, but we have to provide some tutorial. So the point I'm making, CEO, the first violation is you included the FIA as a member of the Joint Security without amending the existing law that created the very Joint Security in the context of the 2011 National Security Intelligence Act. That was a violation. Because they wanted to milk the national treasury. They didn't care about the law. They didn't care about following the law. So when they transferred the 6.2 million to the operation account of the FIA, Mr. Standard for was instructed after to turn the money over to unnamed individuals. Unnamed. He himself said, named. How can you turn over 6.2 million to unnamed individuals? On what basis? He said he received instruction for Samuel 12. Can you imagine that? Oh, is this not a state plunder? Then I'm hearing Mr. Jackson talking about I should not use the word gang rape. The national treasury was gang rape, Mr. Jackson. There are pieces of evidence to show. Go and read the very PRT report. You're making reference of 25 million.
While I have you in flight, let me bring you on again with Janga Cole's statement, his testimony. Talk to us about this.
Oh, our people know these things. Let me read Janga Cole's. We will read their testimony. Because, quote, there are different types of evidence. You have testimonial, you have documentary evidence, you have circumstantial evidence. We are dealing with testimonial evidence in this case. Why shouldn't we discuss it? Why shouldn't we discuss it? These are their testimonies. So let's go to Janga Cole. At that time, he was Controller General. What did he say to the LACC? The LACC has quasi-judicial power. So let's go to his statement. Quickly,
his statement, I can read it.
It's up.
It's up.
Okay, Mr. Koa informed the investigation further that the Liberian dollar transfers were done on September 19, 2023, while the USD transfer was made on September 21, 2023, and that the transfer letter accompanying these transactions to the CBL was signed by the Controller General, co-signed by the Deputy Minister for Fiscal Affairs, and approved by the Minister of Finance, according to Mr. Koa, as per the directive he received from Mr. Twed. The transfers were said to be for various national security programs. As a did you see salary there for FIA staff? When you come to the public discourse, Brother Isaac, you have to be honest. Honesty matters.
I will keep you in flat while we go to Samura Wodokori. Guys, please bear with us. Let's read all. This is Samura Wodokori. Talk to us, Martin.
So let's go to Samura Wolokoli. What did Samura Wolokoli say? The Liberian people need to know the truth, and the truth matters. According to Mr. Wolokoli, his role as Deputy Minister for Fiscal Affairs in said transactions stopped at the ministry. He informed the investigation he had no dealing, nor has he exercised any authority on how any ministry or agency of government expend or account for their money, including the FIA. So you see what is happening here, CEO? They are throwing the blame on Samuel Twere alone. So when you go to the other person, they say, I received directive for Samuel Twe. When you go to the other person, you go to the Controller General, he said he got authorization for Samuel Twe. When you go to the central bank, go to the testimony of the governor of the central bank. He also said he had no dealing. Go to the deputy minister.
I want to go to Tenant. While you're here, we'll leave it shortly. This is Tenant Bromson, Deputy Minister for Budget and Development Planning. Talk to us. This is a exhibit of a testimony, Monty.
And I want us to read the second paragraph. Very interesting. She said she didn't even know how the money got into the author of the budget. Can you imagine? So I will read it for the public to listen. Our people are listening about how that national treasury was looted and gang raped under the CDC-led government. On May 1st, 2024, Madam Bronson arrived at the LACC to answer to questions in relation to her role and knowledge of the allegations as mentioned above. In Madam Bronson's statement to the investigation, she stated that the FIA money transfer transactions under investigation came to her attention when it was being reported in the media. Based on that, according to Madam Bronson, she referred to the budget evaluation report of 2023 and noticed that 6.2 million plus is captured in direct debit column for FIA. Can you imagine? Madam Bronson stated further that she have had no prior knowledge and any participation in said transaction, noting said transaction did not go through the budget execution process. See, oh, you see where we're going? This is the Deputy Minister for Budget. She said it did not go through the budget execution process, and there are processes for the budget to be executed in the context of the 2009 Public Financial Management Law and the 2019 Amended Public Financial Management Law, which we are going to provide specific citations. So let's go further.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So she said for the direct debit transaction, according to Madam Bronson, are usually requested and processed by the Ministry of Finance Development Planning through the Office of the Controller and Accounting General by requesting the CBL through a written communication. This is the Deputy Minister for Budget distancing herself from this whole scandal. This is a syndicate of people who decided to loot state coffers and keep our people in abject poverty.
We're going to pause on you, Martin. Don't go. Stick with us. Stay with us. I want to bring in Mr. Duadu. But before we do that, the list of those former Solicitor General Councilor Twan, former FIA boss standing for, former FIA Chief Accountant D. Mose Cooper, former National Security Advisor Jefferson Camo, former Deputy Minister for Fiscal Affairs Samora P.Z. Watercutty, former Comptroller General Janga Cole, who is now the acting chairman for CDC, Deputy Minister for Budget Tenant Bromson, Deputy CBL Governor Yemane Pearson, CBL Governor Aloysius Stadu, CBL Director for Banking William Dloplet, and CBL Assistant Director for Banking Theophilus Lamé. Ladies and gentlemen, as you always share our show, we have over 8,000 right now live from all of our social outlets. Over 20,000 right now went through this program. Continue to watch with us. We want to encourage you to share this program, and let's go second round on this issue. We will be bringing also the situation involving Amara Kone, what he know about the $114 million issued during 2014 and 2015 up to 2016, that amount from the bank. Let's talk Liberia. Let's think Liberia. Let's love Liberia as we reach. And say to our president, Joseph Yemabwaka, happy anniversary. Here, his beautiful wife, KYB, as they celebrate 52 years together. Let's go back to the conversation. Mr. Duadu, talk to us before we come to Mame. Talk to us, Mr. Duadu. We are presenting documents, pictorial evidence, and everything here on the People's Network. Mr. Duadu, where are you? Talk to us.
There is no he say, she say on this issue. Everything that's been discussed is documentary. It's out there. Anybody can look it up and see what the reports are. This is not a political issue. This is a judicial issue. Honorable Bwaka, the president of the country, has nothing to do with this. This is a national security issue that's being addressed. It's a corruption issue. No amount of deflection is going to work here. Look, Liberian people, when you see everybody distancing themselves from money that's been gotten stolen, when we go to court, people will talk. Every lie. When you go to court, people will talk. That money has to go to law. I want to ask Labrin for a question. Do you know the national budget for the FIU? Well, now it's the FIA. The national budget of the FIA, at no point, it never went over $2 million easily. Then all of a sudden, they're funneling close to $6-point-something million through that entity. For what reason? Look, you know, the gullibility of the CDC administration is mind-baffling at times. Do you think you can just claim national security and that's going to suffice because you say national security or you went to security? It has to be quantifiable. We'll look in the security budget and we'll go and do this. And another thing, Martin picked it up. I wrote it down. Look, most of the salary payment that goes to every government agency goes through a proper channel. You don't just go to the bank, you say you take money for salary, and you go through. It has to go through a process. So don't let anybody lie to you. Look, the money was literally taken and used for nefarious reason for these boys' own agenda. The country's money cannot just be taken on a whim because you feel like it. You cannot do this. This is criminal. This is not a political case. This is a criminal case. Don't allow anybody going to Fannie Sherman or they say, oh, you're so. No, the focus here is these reports. Everything is down. This is the words of the people themselves. They say, I didn't see that money. That money, that's what told me to take that money. Yes, I want to put it here. I don't know where the money going. That money went somewhere. And they have to account for that money or people have to go to jail. President Bwaka, you have a job to do. The judicial have a job to do. Make sure that Liberian people get the money back or a lot of people will go to jail for at least 30, 40 years if you're left with me. Stanton.
Thank you very much, Mr. Eduardo. Folks, again, if you want us to continue, you got to share our program. You have to go on your social media page right now and share Spoon Talk. It's hot, it's boiling, and we want to say to you, if not, we're going to end the show right here, right now. But we'll pursue a little further because I see that you share it. Augustine Yudia Fadiga, talk to me before I bring in Abula the Bapalubo Mame. This is crazy today. We haven't touched Americana yet and the 114 million that we're about to talk about. We are not talking yet about the public work ministry in the Western Cluster. We are not there yet about Gao Fan. He was released today. I got the document. When I said it, God was released today. All of them were released today. They are walking free on bail. Let's talk Liberia. Let's think Liberia. Together, we can build a better Liberia. Fadiga, talk to me.
I know I want to pick it back a little. And when Uncle Sam spoke, he talked about witch hunt and prosecution. But I just wanted to remind him that former Defense Minister Brownie Samuka was prosecuted under your administration. And he was deprived his Senate seat. I wonder if that was a witch hunt. Charles Saliv, the late Milton Weeks, Dopo Jala, all those guys were placed in jail. Nobody cried witch hunt. The LSCC that is currently working were put in place by the CDC administration, not the JMB administration, the rescue team. They were brought in by the CDC. So if they were independent then, I wonder why what have changed. As though in your statement you mentioned that there were no political prisoners. Under your leadership, we saw Mo Ali thrown in prison for a frivolous allegation. Minipaka Des Moines, and the list goes on. But not to digress from the conversation here, when we look at this conversation, part of the indictment had money laundering, and I do believe if everything gets screamed money laundering, there are three stages of money laundering. First is the placement, the layering, and then the integration. We see all those processes taking place before this money was disbursed. When you look at how they changed the rules and made the FIA part of the national security, we saw them then granting in code 800. I don't know what that code is, security code 800. Then the money was then transferred there and then disbursed into different things. And for people to be speculating, we are not making up stories here. We are arguing based on information that Sedition gave. Samuel Tue and something, their own response. So, I don't want people to think that we are adding anything there. Nothing has been added to this. They call those people, They sat down in front of the LSCC investigator. They made their own statement. Standing for made those.
Are you saying, I want to interrupt you, are you saying that some people call plea and begin to snitch? That's what I'm saying, though.
You're a genie. You see that prayer which cried the tea. Oh,
I went through processing, but no, some people come to play.
Why you let us post?
No, because I got breaking news from my people. I got breaking news. Some people call Calais, and then now they begin to negotiate on a plea, and you know that I know. And then now they begin to talk like a water dog.
That ain't right there, Stenton. That's it right there. People spoke. Look, let me tell you something. Liberian people, you can mean it with Jesus. The man standing for was only acting on the prime minister order at that time. Samuel Twain. He was the Lord and gospel. Look, this guy.
Let me hold you there, my man. You're trying to pour out all my secrets. Let me hold you there. I beg you. Accept me to hold you there. Folks.
I agree, Senator.
Thank you. Look at these names, right? You see some name going to court. Some people now call Calais. Some people have negotiated to be a state witness. You will see sedition against sedition. And make no mistake. My brother can look at me, Asedo can look at me by way of Paul Kennedy. Mommy, I'm coming to you. So people have called Calais in the courtroom. You will see sedition against sedition. Talk to me, mommy. But look at these names. Oh man, this thing about to get juicy by the minute. And before I go to mommy, let me say this. Another indictment is coming up again.
Well, man, let me pick my 1 minute. Give me my 2 seconds.
Let's go back. We all time.
My man, you want me to tell the tea? Let me just say the tea. 10 seconds before I forget. Not even play this in.
Every day you begging for time.
Uncle, you know what, Vess? I will not say anything again. Uncle say, I give my time. I know what mommy can do.
Every day you begging for time.
I don't want time. Take your time.
I will talk about the intent. I will talk about the intent, and I will talk about the motive of all the baseless fear mongering that people trying to instill. I mean, we popular party. I mean, we won, we get less than this number of votes. I mean, so which one we are assembling our people? There will be another student who will speak to that. There were no political prisoners because most of those who were potential political prisoners were killed under suspicious circumstances. So no need to keep them in jail. You put them in everlasting jail. Those were the potential political prisoners. People killed them. I say the government killed them. I say
name one.
Uncle Sam, no interruption. I beg you, Uncle Sam. Let the man enjoy his 2 minutes. Uncle Sam, you will not disrupt the show. No, Uncle Sam. Let the brother enjoy his 2 minutes. Uncle Sam, Uncle Sam, no. I said don't beg that nobody should interrupt him. We respected that. Let the brother enjoy his 2 minutes. We'll come to you. You will talk. I beg you, please. Mommy, where are you? Hey, Uncle Sam, don't interrupt people. I beg you, Uncle Sam. We have over 9,000 people listening to all right now. Let's enjoy the show. When we come to you, then you can ask that question, Uncle Sam. I beg you, please, sir. Please, I beg you. Paul Kennedy talk to us, then we can get mommy back.
Thank you very much to you. Listen, the thing is clear. It's a fight if it is on paper. The way you think is not how the court processes work. I wish they were working as our ambition and our emotions are working. And I said it from the beginning, and I'll say it again. This is a very good start for the government because too many people have taken monies, have taken powers, they have abused and misappropriated material and financial allocations that were intended for government performance. If these group of people are named or who are named are prosecuted and found guilty, they should face the full weight of the laws. Now, there's a caveat, and I'm going to make it again. It should not be a process that is selective. When you bring a selective process and cherry pick and try to exclude some people behind the curtain and leave some people, then you are setting the system up for questioning. Why I think that this is an honorable process for people to be investigated turn over to exonerate themselves, I think it's good day for us as a country. I think it's the whole process. And I said from the beginning that Paul Kennedy, would not be the one to begin to say, oh, they are guilty, they are wrong, they are whatsoever, because of statements made by people, because of, they are transferred to court. The court has all of the legitimate powers and the evidence that will be presented before them to hold those people who are involved responsible and give them their term of verdict. If they are guilty, let them see the daylight in prison. Those are the good beginnings of our country, and these are the kind of things we've cried for a very long time. I was very little. I saw Samuel Doe put people under the education ministry. People who are older on this platform can attest to that, and beat some of them 35 lashes from the very Ministry of Finance for corruption. Eventually, in no time, he stopped and became to cherry pick, and we saw where they went. When you begin cherry picking in the process. So I commend the process, and I like somebody who said this is not about President Boakai, because I don't think it should even be about the president. I think it should be a fair, investigative judiciary process that will indict and investigate people who are guilty of the conduct of these acts, and not done by political motives, or not done by, because like brown people, we are quick on judging, very quick in using our emotions and our sentiments and holding people by guilt, even just by affiliation. So I am very glad that that the evidence are coming out, and that these people have been listed and invited through a writ of arrest to the court system. And I'm quite sure that those who will come there will be, they will be, just fairly, and that if they are found guilty, they should face the full weight of the law. That is my position from the beginning, and that's my position now.
Thank you very much for changing your position. Abula Mame, can you comment, please?
Correction, Stanton. My position has been the same. Go back to the tape. And no, listen,
Okay.
we are on. No, Stanton, let me call you to a point. The population we deal with is a very sentimental population. I know that you try to joke many times on this forum, but if you read through the comments, people are saying Samuel Tua gave me a job at MPhil. Those people don't even know how I got my job. People are saying Samuel Tua ran my campaign. Those people don't even know how I moved from that. So no. I did not.
Is that a lie? Is that a lie?
You're right.
Stanton says it.
That's true.
People who are not ignorant to this issue will begin to associate me. I have my own character, and the Liberian government, if they think I'm a part of this, I submit to that. You are quite correct. Associate me with anyone. I just wanted to make that clear.
You are very clear, Paul. Thank you very much. You are very, very clear. You got nothing to do with this. You're just a friend to Samuel Tua, that's all. Mame, come and talk to us. Folks are going to be crazy on this phone talk. Again, we bring in Mame. Talk to us, sir.
There are two ways people can deal with political prisoners and potential political prisoners, or people who have dissenting opinions. You arrest them, you put them in jail, people make noise. You use third party to kill them, eliminate them. You use fear tactics to keep them out of the country. Martin Colley, Susilu, and the rest of the other guys fled. We saw people who could be potential political prisoners killed under circumstances that still remain to be investigated. So nobody bragged about that.
Can you name one?
Uncle Sam, I'm not speaking to you. Please give me a chance.
Can you name one?
We saw Matthew Ennis.
That political prisoner?
I said potential political prisoners. They will be. I'm not responding to you. Give me a chance. We get our feature. You live your own already. You only on hustle. And nobody give you money, you talk. Give me a chance. People who could be potential political prisoners were eliminated. We saw that. What we're trying to pin here, the position we're trying to make here is there was an intent. And that intent was clear. There is a process on how government money are disbursed. The budget director is telling you that process was bypassed at the Ministry of Finance. Why did you bypass that process? That's an intent. Then you follow that. The FIA is not part of the national security architecture. The joint security force is not part of it. You activated them, brought them in, purposely to pay this money to them. There is an intent. We established that. We also established that you pay this money and disburse significant portion on the counter. People go there and receive it. There is an intent. Why are you not paying your service provider through checks? Because you don't want people to follow the check record. So you pay in cash. If you pull up the testimony of the accountant and the deputy director at the central bank, you will see the intent. He received the money, gave it to his friend. His friend now is saying, nobody gave me money because there is no record, there is no check. So there is an intent. The intent is demonstrated, is traced from the fact that you bypass the budget process, for the fact that you activated FIA illegally and brought them into joint security when they should not be there. There is an intent when you pay the money to them and you use somebody to go and withdraw the cash. There's an intent. So that intent is established. Nobody lie onto it. Now, all the statement they're making, the fear tactics, is intended to put seditions in the street. Brennan Samoka went to court. He was prosecuted. Verdict came out. The same police, the same security architecture that said this specific arm, because there were different arm cases in the country. The same security architecture that said this specific arm case that came to the Freeport, up to this point, we don't see any evidence associated with Koji. You celebrate them. That same security architecture that said, oh no, we don't see any link to this point of this other person. You celebrate them. That same security architecture investigated and said, Samuel Twe, you disbursed this fund. It went to this place. We have investigated. People are confessing and they're bringing you to court and you say witch hunt. And you assembling people. This is what I want to tell citizens. When Akaras was having his wedding in Paris, how many of you get ticket to go there? How many of you, even the president of the republic at the time, did not know that Twe and these guys were withdrawing over 6 million? How much did you benefit? That today they come and rally you in the street. I know some of you will go there, obviously. Some people will go there. But the point I'm saying to you is stop allowing people to use you. This is an opportunity, not only for CDC people, for the country as a whole. This is a precedent. After 3 years, Joe Bwaka will be conducting audit. The officials will have to account for their deeds. People should stop saying it is a political audit. It is not a political audit. After 3 years, Joe Bwaka will conduct audit. The officials will account.
Thank you, Mohammed.
It is political audit.
Thank you, Mohammed. Thank you, guys. Know that after I said to Conor Gray have not spoken, we have to wind down. Yes. Yes, so those of you that left up to speak, we ask you. Hold on, I beg you, Uncle Sam, we'll come to you. I'll just encouraging you, please, because we have to go to the other story, if time permit us, but please observe your 2 minutes, please. Uncle Sam, you will come in, then we'll go to Conor Gray. Then Dr. Bopler, you spoke, right? You already spoke on this issue.
No,
okay, then I said will be last. So Uncle Sam, your 2 minutes, sir.
No, you asked him. So, ladies and gentlemen, for a young man to say that an old man is a pejorative, this is something that's of a convoluted society. 71 is heaven, is humanity, is grace. It should be celebrated. But for a young man who has not reached even half of my age to say that I'm old and I should go away. No, old people don't go away. Old people have experience. They sit down, they watch, they foibles, youthful exuberance, lies, innuendos. That's what old people do. That's why I'm on their show. To stem the lies, the prevarication, to make allegations in a court, which is an indictment, to seem like a conviction, when the witnesses will be subjected to cross-examination, when the documentation will be put forth, and lawyers, competent lawyers, will be, and then you talk about you gang looted the treasury, you did this, you did. These are our allegations, Liberian people, these are our allegations. Nothing has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt. In fact, I'm not a lawyer, but my lawyer friends tell me the evidence to indict, and in New York City, they said you can indict a ham sandwich. But to convict, it must be beyond a reasonable doubt. So I forgive Mohammed for his youthful exuberance, for his inexperience. And I commend myself and I tell God, thank you for reaching 71. And I hope, I don't know how many years he needs to get to 71, but I hope that when he gets to be 71, he gets to sit on a platform and speak to tens of thousands of people in good English, in good mind, without amnesia. So I celebrate my age. I celebrate my wisdom. And I celebrate this opportunity. It is not a pejorative. Age is a grace of God. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Uncle Sam. Again, we want to say to every one of you, this is the Spoon Talk. We are winding down. We will continue this story of Samuel Twe after the remaining panel to speak, and the Mountain Cuddy will take us home with this. The next place we'll be going will be the Amara Conan $114 million issue. Now, you guys know this accounting thing. You can chip on it because, I mean, it's big, it's coming up. Whether it was Amara Conan, by the command of Madame Salif to distribute that money, but that story is getting interesting. Let's hear you, Mr. Dr. Pople, and we'll go to Remy Grade and Asido will speak. Then our brother Martin will wrap this part of the segment. Dr. Pople.
Thank you, Stanton. So I said before, the legal process would take its course. I want to deflect for a little bit on the same issue. Vera Sousa is the finance minister of Angola. She took over when the economy was in near crisis. Angola, as we know, is the second largest oil exporter on the continent, next only to Nigeria. This lady takes over and she introduces new measures, and bring about debt reduction. She instituted privatization, and she put her country in a good place. So much so that last year she was voted as the finance minister of the year, not just for Africa, but the whole world. So I said this to say this. It's time that leaders become legacy leaders. To get an opportunity in strategic places, especially when it has to do with economic development and finance of this nation. The only legacy is what you got, not what you did. We can't afford any more of that. So moving forward, there needs to be zero tolerance with people who can just bypass the system and do these kinds of things. I pray that as we move forward, we'll see less of this and more of the Vera Sousa, who, when you look at them, you can say, look what this person did. When they were there, things got better, people's lives improved. We'll see what happened to this case. I just think that anybody who is accused of something need to be persecuted full extent of the law and let them go and exonerate themselves. We have no time for this. We're too poor to be playing games with the national coffers or its resources. It's time to shift. It's time to shift.
Thank you very much, Dr. Pople. And again, I would say to you, Mr. Eduardo, you're always respected time. Thank you. Conor Gray?
Stanton, I'm happy you brought that reminder that when it was last week, they exonerated certain people, they cheer on. But now that this investigation, came down with some preponderance, some pieces of evidence that would be hard to contest. And there are individuals who would defend some of these findings. Before a court sits on a case, or before even indictment, the judge must be convinced, or jury must be convinced that you got enough to prosecute. And on several fronts, sometimes several indictments will come on several counts. And I have no doubt that these people have sufficient evidence to prosecute. Now, when it comes to our court, again, President Boakai may not have the authority to change judges, even though he can appoint if there's a vacancy existing within that body. But when it comes to the lower courts, those judges that are there that were appointed by the former regime, for expediency, I will ask that they review their rank and files so that people who will compromise, crucial judicial matter would be asked to leave. I mean, just replace them. It's within the constitutionality of the president. And I tell you what, Stanton, the grievous crime that was committed by investing in a branch of government that is not part of the National Security Council, that is a very grievous crime. There's a reason why certain agencies are named part of that National Security Council. When you force somebody there or one institution there, that other case is just different, completely different. And I look forward to this court. And again, we'll be sitting down. Some of us will attend some of those court hearings because we want to set precedent. I want to be part of history. When people are nabbed and dragged to jail, look, South Beach is too small. We have to really establish one of the most stringent security prison, highly, protected to the extent where, look, I tell you, let people go there and work. Let them break crush rack and sell so that they know exactly the money that comes to a country. You can't just siphon it and put it in your pocket. I want to see people there dying there because they've been there so long, they were thrown there for life. That's what you need to do in our country. And people respect that when they get in government, it's not to self-enrich, but rather to serve the people. Until you do that, Liberia will always be one noise after the other.
Thank you very much. As we speak, then Mountain Cordy will end this segment. Then we'll move to the next segment. Guys, please be patient with us. We know this is a big story. We have to go into it as we speak. We're bringing the Amara Corner, just 2 pages document. We'll discuss it briefly, and tomorrow we can run with the rest of the story. We'll talk about public work. Then maybe we'll talk about the release of the Chinese. Again, Minister Asido, Deputy Minister Former, talk to us.
Yeah, thank you. So, when we come on this platform to discuss, we discuss serious issues that actually benefit the country. Bringing in juvenile discussion at Carlos Gray, go have wedding in France, in Paris, how many people go there? What does it benefit the people? There are people on the show who left Liberia and came to school in America. How many people in Liberia had the same opportunity to come to school? But I would just advise our friends, if you are a man and you have the opportunity to take your wife in space, to give her that befitting wedding. If you have worked for 12 years, like Akara Grace did with income, you should do it. This juvenile kind of a discussion, Akara Grace go France, he have wedding income. What are you going to do with the people in the country? Akara Grace work for 12 years, he earn income. He should carry his wife anywhere, even in space if he has the means. So what are you going to do with Liberia? Let's discuss important issue here. So, Stanton, you said something, and I want to quickly go to it. When the rescue police said it was lie that President Weah didn't know anything about 3 missing boys, that Koji didn't do nothing with arms, they were not vindicating anyone. They were restating what was said earlier on, Stanton. Nobody cheered for them because they vindicated someone. They were only doing it as the result of political pressures due to the lies they told. So it was not as if they were vindicating. What did they say different from what was said? And I said it again, so breaking news. The death of the auditor's report, that report has reached us. The rescue police, again, will be confirming what was said. We will hold on until that time comes. But Martin, I don't usually respond to people on the show if you watch, because I feel like when I talk about who you tell your own your business. But I will do to you. Martin, I understand you were Rescue Rambo, and Rambo after in show, movies are fairy tales. There's not a fairy tale place, right? Remember? When we come here, we have facts and evidence. We don't come here to One man shoot going K3 human being, he captured the whole country. That's not what we're here for. That's fairy tale because you're Rambo. So that Rambo thing live in the show, bro. So let me tell you something. When Stanley Ford, from his alleged statement you guys are talking about, because you can usually bring your own things from everywhere and talk about it. Real statement. They are talking about $6.2 million. Rambo, finance minister or finance ministry did not transfer $6.2 million as one figure to FIU. That $6.2 million is a sum total of figures. Like I stated earlier on, the entire investigation from FIU started from a 500,000 transfer. If Stanton put that wherever you got it from up, you will see 500,000 there. That's where it started from. Stanley Ford was speaking to the 500,000 that was transferred, Rambo. Again, movies are fairy tales. Yeah, it's not a fairy tale, it's real life issues. You can stick that one in rescue camp with some, yes, we agree, fairy tale thing not here. So when the mayor responding, he did say Samuel Todd transfer me 6.2 million, brother. The figure he was speaking to was a specific figure. And that figure was the 500,000. So again, what I said earlier on means right again. So I will help you, help yourself, take the report, take your time, forget about calling yourself Rambo. Forget about it. Read the report, take time, and you understand what it means. And I want to end up at this very quickly. Akaros Gray was jailed as a political prisoner. Koji was jailed as a political prisoner. Henry Costa, Moba Molu, even the MPC political leader Freeman were all jailed during the time President Baka was vice president. When President Weah took over, not a single person was chased out of Liberia. Martin Collins on the show. Martin Collins, no, not even a flying Liberia has his time. Who? Going after Martin Collins for what purpose? What political commodity that Martin Collins brings? I went to Liberia in 2016. Martin Collins myself met at the hotel we were talking. Who's going to run behind Martin Collins? Martin Collins left because he wanted to live as a person. For the sake of God, man. Alexander Cummins stayed all his time in Liberia. George Weah didn't care. Stanton Waterspoon on the show went to Liberia. He enjoyed himself. Nobody cared. Dr. Rachel Singh, she went. President Wakai, he left in Liberia for 6 years. No one cared. All of the political leaders, who ran behind who? Henry Costa went to Liberia. George Weah left him. Avatobaha issue, George Weah left him. So, who is running after anyone? Duado went to Liberia over many times. Who running behind Martin Colley? For what? What is Martin Colley taking from the CDC? That somebody, for some reason, will want to run behind Brother Martin? I respect the brother. He's a young man. He's smart. He's good. But he does not have that political capital that will make a CDC government. I want to run after the brother. That is something. It is again one of the movies things in Rambo movie, fairy tale, that does not confront the reality of our country. Please.
Thank you very much, Minister Doe. Martin, we will continue on this story tomorrow, and you're welcome to join us, but you must close on this segment before we move forward. Talk to us, Martin.
Thank you, CEO. It is important for us to provide counterclaims to some of the falsehoods that are described as false facts. Isaac Doe does not even understand what was the budget of the Financial Intelligence Authority. He's talking about 500,000 being transferred and later withdrawn, given to unnamed individual for quote-unquote security operations. So Isaac Doe, in 2023, the budget of the FIA was $1,401,669 United States dollars. So at the end of the budget year, December, 2023, the outturn, for those who are listening, outturn means what you've spent at the end of the period as opposed to the projected expenditure, right? So if you plan to spend $100 in the market, you went to Douala market or real market and you spent $150. You projected to spend $100. However, you spend $150, your outturn becomes the $150 that you spent. So at the end of the fiscal year, the budget go to the 2024 approved national budget of the Republic of Liberia. The outturn of the FIA is $1,487,443 United States dollars. I don't know how Isaac analyzes, but if he's the intellectual that the CBC depends on, then I'm sorry. They are never going to make a comeback from setback. But here's the point. Read the report, Brother Isaac. Stanley made direct reference to the amount supra, the amount mentioned above. He was not only talking about the 500,000, he was also talking about the almost 1 billion Liberian dollars. So when you convert that amount to United States dollars and add the 500 United States dollars to it, you have over 6.2 million United States dollars. That was what was used for quote-unquote security operations. It was disbursed. It was disbursed in September of 2023. So our people need to get the facts. These are not my data. These are not my information. They are from the Liberia Anti-Corruption Commission. After thorough investigation, they are recommending prosecution of officials or alleged culprits in question. That's one thing I wanted to address. Now, Isaac, though, I can listen to him every time he comes on the show. He said, oh, the police said this. Rescue police lied. Rescue police did this. Let me just state for the record. Let's go to chapter 25, subchapter 25.3 of the civil procedure law. I don't know whether Isaac reads all these things, but oftentimes when I listen to the show, he just talk offhand. No facts, no evidence. It's unfortunate. No wonder why a party left power at a one-time rate. So the law says, right, this particular case still remains open. The police did not tell you that this case is closed. Further investigation indicated that the alleged culprit in question is not liable. Go and read the report. It didn't say the case is closed. And one thing I want to say to the police, if President Bouaka is listening, I want to encourage him to make sure we hire forensic investigators. Whether we hire people who are pathologists, forensic pathologists, whether we hire people who are forensic legal practitioners, we need to do that. Because as it stands, let's be bold, CEO. The LMP does not have the capacity to investigate those cases scientifically. So every time we investigate, they will say, okay, the other person free. On what basis are you freeing them? On what scientific conclusion can you reference for their exoneration? So we have to be clear, and this is my recommendation to President Bouaka. These are high-profile cases. One of the reasons why our people voted for you, President Bouaka, was to dig deeper into these questionable, mysterious deaths. LMP is doing a great job to open it up, to open the case up, but please, we need people who can do forensic investigation because the LMP does not have the capacity to do that. So every time they go to the investigation, they will come out and say, okay, everybody free. Nobody did anything. And it will have repetition problem on your government, President Bouaka. LMP can get involved in the investigation, but we can hire experts, forensic experts, to dig deeper into some of these cases. So that as it doesn't come on the show every time, the government lie. Rescue police said this. The government lie. No, the government did not lie, Isaac. We were right in that country. 4 auditors were gruesomely murdered right in that country. What did President George Weah say? Former President George Weah said. He said they were boyfriend and girlfriend. That the police, that rescue police said, I want to. We're right in our country. 3 children were kidnapped. We're right in our country. Police Commissioner LSB said was gruesomely murdered. We're right in that country. Isaac Achipompon, because he could not pay him, he almost burned himself to death. Were you in that country when you illegally remove Kabina Janet? You want to talk about political prisoner? Walter Sisulu, young student leader, was tortured on live camera. He was naked on live camera under your regime. You want to talk about political prisoner? You want to talk about political prisoner like Mame said, Mo Ali, right? These people were in the opposition. You arrested them and put them in jail. They were politicians and they are politicians still. So don't go there, my brother. The facts are there. Besides you looting the state, you violated the rights of people. You want to talk about myself? I'm in a report of the State Department. Go and check it. A student leader was beaten and tortured because they wanted to secure my escape. Go and check the report. Read the State Department report. An activist went for graduation. Thoughts were unleashed on him. Go and check the report. Don't shake your head. Go and check the report. It's in the report. And another thing I want to dispel, right? I can use now. See, let me conclude quickly. This one. You know, I just read the Secretary General statement of the CDC, Jefferson Koji, talking about our party is mass-based and popular. Isaac and Samuel Jackson, Mr. Samuel Jackson just said the same thing. So this is a narrative they are running with to distract. That country is a country of law. Every day you come on the show, CDC is a popular party. Any attempt, CDC is this, CDC is mass-based. Now let me tell you today, I want to expel that notion scientifically, not through loose talking. CDC has never been a popular political party before. And I'm going to use the 4 elections you participated in since 2005 because you were funded 2004. Let's go to 2005.
Can we pause on that? I beg you.
No, don't see 1 minute. Quickly, see 1 minute. Because every day these people come out and say CDC is a popular political party. If you want to measure a political party's popularity, you do that in a crowded political field, which is first round. The Constitution or the election law says to win an election, you must have 50% plus 1. So in 2005, CDC got 28.27%. 28.27%. What makes you popular when 71.73% of the population, voting population, rejected you in 2005? 2011, you got 32.68%. 67.32% of the voting population rejected you. What made you popular or what makes you popular? 2017, 38.3% of the voting population voted you. 61.63% rejected you. What made you popular or what makes you popular? When you were in power, right? You won, you got 43.83%. 56.17% of the voting population rejected you. So you are not a popular political party. You got to stop these myths. Never a day have you crossed 50% plus 1 in that country since you were funded as a political party. The records are there. I am being more scientific and statistical. Provide your facts. Stop feeding on myths, lies, falsehood, and false paths. The people are listening. They have to know the truth.
Thank you very much. This is activist Martin K. and Cody. Now for the second segment, we'll give Asa the last word because I know he wanted to address Martin. Let's welcome to the show Fatima Bintu Salif. We want to say to everybody we're shifting gear here and Martin going to hang with us. Again, Mama is here with us. We have Dr. Bople, Colonel L. Reverend Gray, Al Hussein, UJ Fadika, Paul K. Kennedy, my dear brother and friend Asid Doe, and Uncle Sam Jackson. We want to say to all of you that now reached, right now we are over 54,000 people watching us. We're going to give it our best shot. This is the People's Network. This is Spoon Talk. We are here to stay. We are here to give you the fair and balanced news. Again, let me say this. Before we go to Amara Corner and I think, let me just brush off on this because it is important. The Public Work Ministry and Western Cluster argument today, road that was done Western Cluster after MOU for starting operation. We are sharing this information with you. We want Martin Cody and the rest of the guys to investigate. We'll come here tomorrow to give you more detail. Now look at the time. Other President George Mann, we are 2023 and 2022. Western Cluster saying we pay $400 $4.5 million. It's right there. $4.5 million to George Manor. We are the first step. Now, this government, we gave them almost $1.8 million to fix that road. Western Cluster is saying, you want to close us down? We are receiving report they just issued another close down again for Western Cluster. This will be the third close down. They will close them down and they will open them. They will close them, they will open them. Western Cluster say, how dare you come here after us to close us down when we gave you almost $1.8 million? They gave you the breakdown. We have all the document. But because we got 6 or maybe 10 more minutes left, we're going to tease you on this and tell you to come back tomorrow. Public Works Ministry, WC, our contribution towards road repair. Clear to St. Paul Bridge, $100K yet to be paid. They say, we're charging you guys this and you don't pay it. Western Cluster say we get our document. K. Paddles and others. Advanced construction. Public work again. Mandina to Rock and others. Own supply with crutches. Clan and Saguru. Now, you guys that can pronounce this thing, I will share all the documents with you guys, including Mountain College, to do the full investigation. I have over 20 documents that have been provided to the Spoon Network on this issue. They say we pay the money. Now, here's the letter that was sent from the Public Works Ministry. I want you to zoom in, take picture. It was sent from the Public Works Ministry on March 27, 2024. We do not make up story, guys. We only speak when we have documents. And this letter was signed by Honorable Prince D. Tamba, Senior Deputy Minister of Technical Services, and it was attested by Honorable Roden L. Ginnings, Minister, when they were requesting Western Cluster to give them the money. I am giving you documentation. This is the Spoon Talk. Take a picture, read it, and when we come tomorrow, we will provide the rest of the information to you. We extend invitation to Roden Ginnings to speak on this issue, whether he received over $1.7 million from Western Cluster, whether he distributed those money with West Africa, the construction company. On one of the documents that I have, they gave West Africa some money to do the road construction. And as of yet, nothing has been done. Zero. Ladies and gentlemen, let's move. During your closing, you can speak to it, but because it's a lot of document I received, I want to share with my guys, with my colleagues. Once they read through the documents, and we'll have a better show tomorrow. Okay? Let me move to Amara Corner. This argument about Amara Corner went in there during his term. Yes, the document, folks. I think I put it in the chat room. The time given on this document is within the CVL audit report. And the argument that people are making, and I know Mommy want to speak to this, and everybody will have the time, because we're going to stay here. It's good that we have Martin Cody. It's there. On the year given, 2014, the ECF loan, 2014 budget support. 2015, they extended credit financing through IMF, saying that a lot of money was taken out. That if we audit the Bana Sarif government in her second term, we will see a lot of money from the finance ministry. They say, yeah, and let me read the little I can. It will be good. Transaction not traceable to the operating result of the CBL. Transaction not traceable. The same reason today the audit found some people responsible. They are finding the Minister of Finance at the time, 2014, 2015. The CF loan, who was the minister then? Before we went into 2016. They are saying, please read, please take a picture. And I will invite Martin Cody back again tomorrow. Please, guys, raise the general reserve account, and subsequently the financial statement may be misstated. A misstated financial statement may facilitate fraudulent financial reporting. But while the GSC went into 2016, 2014, the instruction that do an audit report from 2018 to 2023, was this a mistake? that now we are about to talk about Americana and this $114 million from that account. That Senator Americana must give our account. He must speak to this, because now we are receiving more document that the money is confusing to the auditor. No report. The money was taken out over the counter. They say wahala. When I received this document a few weeks by Martin Collett, Mambe, Uncle Sam, and everybody else, when I received this document, I said this last week. What we are saying today on a CBL report happened during Madam Salih's time. Not because we have government did an audit, but a lot of reports coming up. So we're going to close the show. It's 11 p.m. in Liberia. It's 7 p.m. here Eastern Time. Give it your best shot. We didn't get to the Chinese guys that were released today. I'm going to tease you guys just a little bit because we have to say something. The Chinese released today. As you can see, please zoom in. Please zoom in. We get the bill, notice of assignment. It should have been tomorrow, but they decided for technicality. They released them today. I spoke to people involved. Again, another big story coming up, folks. Please, IMF mad with Liberia about the $8 million that were authorized. We get the letter from the executive mansion that authorized Alusha started to approve that $8 billion to the other banks. We'll be talking about it again tomorrow. A lot of story, guys. Bear with Spoon Talk. We can only go about 3 hours. And I hope we give you something today that you can go home with, and we'll come back again tomorrow to finish up. We are family men and women. We're hungry. We got to turn to family. So bear with us that we can give you everything. I know you want us to stay. I know you are begging for us to stay, but we can do our closing and give it our best shot. Please, please, please. We will start again with my brother. We'll keep our sister to come in later. She came in late, but we'll say, Hossein Fadiga, let's start with you. And Mama will go last on this story. The story concerning Americana, the story concerning the release of the Chinese guys, the story concerning public work ministry, they are concerning. Let's talk. Give it your best shot, 2 minutes each, because I'm going to watch your time, guys. Please, I have to. 2 minutes each.
Are we closing now?
We will wrap closing everything together.
Oh, so everything we just closing.
Yeah.
Even when we gave 20 more minutes, we still not say nothing. Well, Stanton, we had a great show today. I like the talking points, Stanton. Our country is in serious danger. I just pray that at the end of the day, those that are found guilty will actually serve time, and we can put some deterrent mechanism in place. For too long in this country, people have done things with impunity. In the last couple of weeks, we saw our friends and brother on the other side. Oh yeah, can't catch you doing that. Dare me, do it if you can. Catch me if you can. Now it's becoming a reality. Look, one thing I love about President Boyka, he's slow but sure. And he's very meticulous in whatever he does. What is coming on right now, we are seeing the process going in place. And this is something that should have been done. The CDC now want to crowd file. Look, when the people give you mandate, you have to take that mandate serious. When the Liberian people denied the Unity Party in 2017, they gave President Weah a mandate. Someone that they believe came from the villages, the town, someone that was a reflection of them. They say, look at him, that's the man from Gibraltar there. He will do it. But you know what happened? When those guys came to power, they abused the law and the power reports in them. This is the result of what happened. So when they came, believing in a mind that nobody will go after them, something like Susu, so we'll do the other people something. So they refuse to do anything. They choose to wish on certain individuals and left a lot of people. Now you cannot blame the Unity Party for doing what the Liberian people elected them to do. It's not a wish on. It's the mandate of the people. They want to put an end to corruption. They want to put an end to the looting and like borrowing from active Martin called it gang raping our economy and our financial system. For too long, at least we are seeing the end to this. It's close. You know, another thing someone said, our legal system. Honestly, our legal system needs to be revived. We need to be very mindful. I've seen too many things happen, mysterious things happening here. Let's not forget that before the former president left, what he did to our Supreme Court, what he did to our lower court in different systems. I think it was Raymond that said it. We need to pay attention to that as well. But we can only do so much, and I think the country is on the right track. And for Amara County, I'm not going to say much. I want to follow the details. I want to look at those documents, and then tomorrow I'll be able to make informed decisions.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We appreciate you. Let's bring in Mambe. Mambe, talk to us.
Yeah, thank you, Senator. Look, whether it is Amara Kone, whether it is Darius DeLong, whether it is my auntie, my uncle, the law is the law. People must be made to account. When I speak to Amara, when I speak to DeLong, I met Amara one time in my life ever. He tells me, and Sam Jackson can stand here, he's a man of integrity. I believe that. When there is an audit report that points to financial malpractices, I will call on Amara to defend himself. I will not be a mouthpiece for him, because when he was working at the Ministry of Finance, I did not know him. I did not see him. But I trust his word that he did not steal. So when you say he stole, when there are pieces of evidence to point to potential financial impropriety, I will call on him to address himself to them. I will not baffle on it. Liberia needs to move forward. We cannot keep making the argument. We cannot keep following the argument that because United Party did it, CDC did it, therefore we should give CDC a chance to come back and do it again. Nobody is talking about change. The only message that we're hearing from the rumor mongers is that, and they say we stole it, I said it's TD2, so you have to move for us to come back. That is not what we're discussing. We're discussing a feature of our country. People who misuse state resources must be made to account, regardless of where they stand. Some of them will trust their word, and we stand by that. Until it is proven otherwise, we believe them. But we cannot stand in the line of allegations. When we believe, like in the case of the public work issue, when we have the facts, we can defend the facts. To seditions, ordinary Liberians, whether sedition or not, this is your moment. This is the opportunity for you to see public officials, whether from CDC, whether from United Party, whether from any other political party, accounting for the resources they allegedly stole from you. Give them the opportunity to go to court. What they are doing now with all the rumor mongering, with all the fear tactics they're putting up, is to rally you in the street against persecution. Is to tell you it is witch hunt. Who will witch hunt? When Samora Wolokoli is admitting in his statement. When Jangako is admitting in his statement. When the guy who went to withdraw the money at the central bank is admitting in his statement. There is no witch hunt. Those, when they were making millions of dollars, they did not share with you. They did not create businesses for you. Akara had a wedding in France. How many of you he took there? They live luxurious life. Are you living that life? No. People who stole from United Party government at the time, they live in luxurious life. Are you living that life? No. This is the fair opportunity. 2017, United Party split. The group behind Ellen went behind George Weah to support him. That's the reality. The United Party split into two. One group, allegedly mainly supported by former President Ali, went behind George Weah. The agreement was do not prosecute us. And he lived by that agreement. Bouaka was stepped aside. Today, Bouaka is president. He's having the opportunity to prosecute everybody. It's not witch hunt. So our people on the rescue team to conclude, this audit is not restricted to the CDC government. 3 years from now, Joe Boakai will be conducting audit of his administration. You will be made to account for your stewardship after 3 years. This is a signal to you to manage state resources in accordance with law and not to do it the way Samuel Tuah and other people did it. Organize yourself, deliver for your country, there will be audit. Like Samuel Tuah and other people are going to court today. If you misbehave, you will also go to court tomorrow. That's the message we want our people to have, and we want to tell them, don't allow anybody put you in the street. You did not eat some of their money. You're not benefiting from some. Their children are not protesting. Their children are not on Facebook. Their children are sitting watching you, making argument for them while they live in luxury. Do not accept it, regardless of where it comes from.
Thank you very much, the Honorable Mohammed. We appreciate you. We're going to just quickly say this. We received this information that a writ of subpoena, ducis tecum, been issued to bring in the National Election Commission chairperson, David Brown Lasana. Okay, you can just take a picture and read through this. I just have to give this information. Action petition, as you can see, they say bring in David Brown Lasana, the National Election Commission chairperson. That's writ, that which was issued. Okay, follow the story tomorrow. We'll give you more. I want to say thank you all for joining us. Let me bring in my close with us, Martin Cody, close, because I know you want to run, and we'll bring in the rest of the guys to do the closing. Or you want to go later, Martin? Are you hearing us? I'm not hearing you. I'm not hearing you.
If you want me to go later, no problem. If you want me to go
okay,
now,
thank you.
no
Let me bring in Conor Gray. Thank you, Conor Gray.
Yeah, Stanton, man, I think I need to start eating bagel, man. You got so much energy for this show.
I mean, trust me, I'm hungry, not energy. Trust me, I'm really hungry.
Kudos, man. I don't know if that the Jade where you can eat behind there, but you make the show very interesting. But I said this, I think Western Cluster was not given the mandate or the agreement they concluded with the state was for them to construct a railroad, not to repair roads that are dilapidated, that did themselves ruin. And they have reneged on that agreement. For that, I think that's grounds for termination of even any contractual agreement that exists between they and the government. And I look forward to President Boakai taking that stand. Stick to your word. If these people don't do what they were supposed to do, not to go give a little money here and there, $1.7 million to go repair those roads. Look, it takes more than $2 million just to construct a small kilometers of road, let alone that stretch to the national port of our country. So let them, corporate social responsibility comes with responsibility, and they should be made to keep to their agreement. And then probably Martin forgot, but Joma Jala issued an arrest for him because he wanted to prosecute him. You understand? Simply for ramp up, concocted lies and false charges. And against, if Martin were in Liberia, he would have probably languished in jail. So I don't know why people are braggadocious about what transpired in the last 6 years. Look, go back and take a look at history. One thing about us, we're observers of what transpired, within our hemisphere. As long as we're alive, we take note. Martin Colley had credible reason not to go to Liberia because he would have been persecuted, and that was the plan. So, how do I know? Joma Jala issued an arrest for his for a warrant for his arrest. And let me say this, the thing about our country, we continue to look at this from the political lenses, and nobody has transferred those spectacle to nationalism, love for country. It's always about some party, my tribe, the guy who helped me yesterday. And that is where some of us want to come in and beat senses in the people's head, that regardless who is there, always take your country first. There's God, there's country. You understand? Samuel Tuah is sitting over there enjoying himself. And you know what? I think we should issue the international arrest warrant for his arrest. Bring him on. Let him come and answer a question. And I believe that this government is not going to stop only to the last 6 years. You see, they start going down. That's why we say start from first to last. They're going. And boy, some of us don't have any friends that we can say looted the country and we benefited from those loots. So we have to be able to stand up. And again, I'll make my case. We don't have the prison bandwidth for the kind of crime that are being committed in our country. We need to start looking at constructing private prisons to accommodate some of these people. Look, I'm one of the guys. I'm hurt they close Bele, but they need to do something to bring people to jail. Let them be there for some time. When they come out, they're useless to themselves, because that's how they left our country, very useless. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Colonel Gray. Fadiga, you spoke, right? Okay, Dr. Bukla, you want to go, please? You did? You went already, right?
No. So here's my close. I always try to be forward thinking and forward leaning. It's disheartening. We keep hearing these stories. I think it's time for us as a people, but particularly the government, to stop recycling the same policies, the same practices, and the same people. You know, you move a government to the other, there's something. There's so many qualified Liberians. Try some new people. If I was there, I didn't do X, Y, Z, or didn't perform and did nothing novel, try some other Liberians. Stop recycling the same people. We have this this messed up mentality in Liberia that, oh, if I help you with your political party or your campaign, then you so give me something, political IOU. Look, so many I work for campaigns. I work for plenty campaign in America. I don't work for the American government ever in my life. I supported a cause. So we should start shifting. We need a shift. You can't keep recycling. It's starting to take a toll on the nation, on our psyche, to keep hearing about these things. People's money just squander. And you look around town, we're struggling. I was on Lane Street the other day. It was so depressing. The dirt everywhere. The road almost closed. And here we are. Every time you turn around, there's a story. So let's stop that. You know, let's shift. Let's look at some new people, new ideas, new energy, and clean records. So we move in a different direction. Thank you, CEO.
Thank you very much, Dr. Pope. Always so good having you on the show. We appreciate you. Paul Kennedy, did you close?
No, this will be my closing. Thank you.
Go ahead, sir.
Look, let me support Colonel Gray. I think the government should actually establish 15 maximum prison facility in Liberia, with each county having one, and then people who are convicted and put into those prisons go to make a segmented agriculture endeavor. So let's say in Bomi County, if you're in Bomi serving prison time, every morning 6 o'clock will wake you up, carry you on that farm. You will work on the cassava farm all day. Bomi will produce all the cassava the country will eat. Rwanda will do peanuts, and then we'll do fish pond in Cape Mount. We will distribute the prison facility so that people who are criminal, who have been arrested or convicted of taking money from our coverts while they are serving public positions, these people should be prosecuted, stay in those prison facilities, work with their hands to pay that money back. In fact, the government should go to another level. If they are found guilty and indicted and found guilty liable, they should confiscate every property from them before they came to when they came to government. I know a lot of people who were nothing, had nothing before they came to government. Why in government now they are claiming to be millionaires and rich people? So do the audit and go back to that extent. And I think government should be a continuity. I hear somebody say, you know, there were several people who had rate of arrest in parallel government. The rate of arrest continued so that those people could actually be vindicated in current government. I think Liberian people are our own problem because we celebrate one set of criminals and then we run after the others with rock in our hands. Look, if we are going to be honest and transparent, let's do it across the aisle. If Paul Kennedy is a thief, taking money from government position, let's prosecute him to the fullest. But also, if John Doe is also found to be a thief in previous government, let it go forward. And I'm saying that to be clear. Last time on the show, I heard that the Chief Justice was giving $20,000 to go to hospital. To take government money to go to somebody, to go to personalize it, is a misappropriation of public funds. I hope when President Walker does the audit, in the 3 months that we are talking about, I think somebody was saying President Walker will do audit every 3 months, or I think in Mohammed, they should also be asking the Chief Justice why she took money from the government covered to use their own personal thing in India. They should be asking the Liberian Senate the $10,000 they took from the retreat that they went and gave to the church to Buchanan. That is a misapplication of funds. That's corruption. The Liberian Senate leaders should also be indicted and should be sent to court to exonerate it. When Liberia has come to this nature, I can now believe that my country is heading towards the daylight. You know, the road from Johnson Street to St. Paul Bridge is one of the worst in the country. And for Western Cluster to be carrying thousands of metric tons of iron ore on that road, and they're only taking $100,000 to give for repair, I don't even want to have the conversation on this podium. Western Cluster should not be given the right to plow those roads. Now, they should also investigate if the federal work minister is taking money from Western Cluster, putting them under the influence that they have the right to plow that road based on money they are giving them, and the public work minister is found guilty, let him also go through prosecution. Liberians, we are suffering because we are cherry picking. We need to stop offering justice through a cherry pick. Whenever you do that, then you are becoming subjective into your administration of justice, and it has the tendency to bring instability in the country. You cannot pick one person of the same crime and then go ahead and vindicate somebody of similar crime and don't prosecute them. I know several government officials sitting down in Liberia now, enjoying the money of our sweat and labor, who were nothing. In fact, President Salim Key on air and said $48 million that were misappropriated during return you. They should put the crime on her. Liberian people should forgive her. Why is President Salim and her core government official not being investigated? Look, so let's be a realistic group of people. He who come to cry for equity must come with clean hands. I thought there was a very good show, and tomorrow we'll be on to discuss and go into the issues of other past government officials taking money. I definitely think that the Liberian people weren't better than what they are experiencing. Schools about to open. A lot of children will not go to school this year because their parents will not have money to even pay. The hospitals that are dark, you go to JFK, it's smelling. But people are walking away with $100 million accusation and other things. I really think that they should be caught, and I will take this public forum to call my friend Samuel Tue to come to go to the courts so that he exonerate himself to see whether he or any other government official that are into this are not actually crime. If they are found guilty, let them face the full weight of the laws so that everybody in Liberia can understand that there's no one bigger than the Lord. I think it's a good show, and thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. Now we're going to go downstairs to the rest of the guys, and we want to say thank you for joining us. The reason why I called this, Uncle Sam, I'm coming to you. The reason why I called this for people to see clearly, it's in the CBL audit report. It's there. Okay, look at the date here that say ECF loan 2014 for budget support. The next one say ECF loan again 2015. Now, the finance minister then was Amara Conan. These loans, 2015 for budget support. What is troubling is a transaction not traceable to the operating result of the CBL. Now, those of you that know audit, those of you that know accounting, those of you that are smart people in this business can better explain to the Liberian people when they say transaction not traceable to the operating result of CBL. But read the rest of the document on the different pages of 33, 34, 35, up to 37, and you will understand the problem we are faced with under Madam Salib, her second term, that this money, People bury it, people step on it, and people enrich themselves. If you do the calculation, we are talking about $114 million USD. Let's talk Liberia. Let's think Liberia. Let's love Liberia. Like President Boyka said, together we can build a new dimension of our country called Liberia. Welcome to the show, Fatima. You go, and then we'll go to Uncle Sam Jackson. Then Isido and Activate Martin will take us home. Fatima?
Thank you, CEO. Thank you to the panelists and to all of the viewers across the globe. I just wanted to say, that when I heard this news today, it was so welcoming that Liberia will take a stand. Our country will make sure that people are not getting away with impunity. If people realize that the laws matter and that it will be held accountable, I think things will change. Things will only get better. I would like to say happy anniversary to our president, Joseph Nima Boakai, and Mrs. Boakai, Mrs. Katumu Boakai. And I would also like to say something. When we all come here, we talk about Liberia. When are we going to put our country first? I mean, when we come, we're talking about individuals and talking about this individual did this. When are we actually going to put Liberia first? We rather chant for people than Liberia. And I'm advising everyone when they call you to action and telling you, oh, it's going to be this way. Because last week when we were talking, 2 weeks ago, matter of fact, when we were talking about a police report, I was affected, my entire family, my cousin, okay, Boima Siafa, he was killed. They said they found him. My auntie is still in disbelief. She said that's not her son. But guess what? In the end, we have to accept because this is what the law said. So everybody was here talking about rescue police. Of course, I would like to correct that. It's the police of the Republic of Liberia. When they came here and they said this, everybody was happy here. They said rescue police have vindicated them. The police of the Republic of Liberia vindicated these people, and we're all happy about it. Now that the people are calling for these people to come and answer questions about monies that was stolen, money that they have no account of, then it becomes so wishful. I even heard somebody say, oh, the mayor is not calling for an insurrection. Listen, there is going to be no insurrection because we're going to pull your children to come and join that insurrection. Nobody child coming outside to fight for nobody who never gave them nothing. There will be no insurrection. We want a better Liberia. We want our country to rise again. We're not going to take anyone to come and confuse our people, make our poor people to go back on the streets for them. It's not going to happen. Liberia, this phone network was a blessing, where we will come here every day and educate our people on to self-value, to value themselves, to understand their humanity, to understand that you're not going to be passing around with somebody wearing Gucci belt for $5,000 and you have no food in your house. And when they call for demonstration, you go behind it. When they call and start speaking in course, I saw a message from my cousin Akara's grade. He ain't doing nothing. None of them doing nothing. You can't do nothing. We'll follow the law. We'll encourage our people to look at the evidence. The evidence is right there. Our people will look at the evidence, will follow the law, and anyone found guilty should be dealt with. If we start dealing with people, if they go back to my pastor, they won't wake him up for him to come be tried for commerce, I agree. Anybody who have hands in Liberian people money, stealing our money, bringing our country backwards, going from government to government, stealing and putting it under pretense, I think they should be prosecuted. That's the law. We'll follow it to the letter. Nobody has monopoly over their own truth. The truth, the people investigated. Last week they were cheering. Today you're talking about witch hunt. There is no witch hunt. Nothing. None. Liberia will rise again, will be here to educate our people on the importance of their lives, putting themselves first and not following any foolish person to say, come and march here and march there. When our children are in the United States, they're all over the world getting educated while our poor people suffer. No, sir, it not going to work. Thank you, CEO, for giving me the opportunity. Thank you to the viewers, and thank you to everyone for watching Spoon. We'll give it to your raw. We'll give it to you so you're informed and make informed decisions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Fatima. We appreciate your time. Again, please come on time for you to be part of the discussion. You know, when we reach to the 10, never we can bring anybody in, but we really do appreciate you on the show. Dr. Richardson off today because you work. Nanny, who worked late today, and her focus is on her son being in the race in the Olympic too. You
Yeah, I was
understand?
working too.
Yeah, I know you don't work, but
I'm
thank you
working.
very much. Let me bring in Uncle Sam. Uncle Sam, talk to us, and then we'll go to Martin Cordy. Then Asido will take us home. Uncle Samuel Jackson, please.
One of the people I most admire in this country is my friend Martin Cully. Martin Cully reminds me a lot like myself. You know, very, 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 very focused, very energetic, very nationalistic, and I mean, he calls it like he sees it. Okay, but Martin, there's some things I want to just basically take a good look at. Okay?
Uncle Sam, can you go out and come back in? Your internet is being bad, please, and you are frozen right now. Can you get out and come back in, please? Thank you. Martin, can we come to you while Uncle Sam reconnect, please? Can you do your closing, Martin?
Yeah, CEO. Thank you for the opportunity. Like you said, I would definitely find time to appear once in a while, because sometimes I see some people throwing out numbers, information that are just inaccurate, and this has to stop. We can take advantage of our people. Either we provide the factual information or not. I want to begin with this Western Cluster issue. CEO, when President Buhari came to power, one of our first proposals was to terminate the dubious MOU of Western Cluster. Western Cluster is operating under a dubious MOU. Go to the 2006 Mineral Law of Liberia. Even the Mineral Development Law of the country, it says for any mining company in that country to operate, there must be an established MDA, Mineral Development Agreement. The law did not say Memorandum of Understanding. There's a difference between Memorandum of Understanding and Mineral Development Agreement. Unfortunately, Isaac Doe's government decided to enter into a dubious Memorandum of Understanding contrary to the established statute of the country. Aside that, let's focus on a report from Letty 2023. This is Letty's report 2023. Just two iron ore companies, CEO, Western Cluster and Asila Mittal, they generated 285,700,000. Do you know how many metric tons of iron ore Western Cluster alone shipped out of Liberia, specifically Bomi? 438,415 metric tons of iron ore were shipped out of Bomi County. Go to Bomi today where the iron ore is being shipped from. No quality hospital, school, nothing. The citizens are still living a wretched life, even though they are the owners of those resources. Even though they are the owners of those resources. The last time I checked...
But I'm sorry to interrupt you. I don't want to start the show. Well, what the hell? We just can close them down.
So let me say this, CEO. The last time I checked, I heard the public works minister talking about Western Cluster gave us 200,000 to repair road. Are you serious? Now, go to
yes, the letter, Martin. Yes, the letter. The back in West. No, Martin, stop that. The back in Western Cluster said, "Please give us 200,000." Is that? Please give us 200,000. Are you kidding me?
And do you know the road they are talking about, CEO?
I know the road. I got all the documents. I want to share with you guys.
From Clay to St. Paul Bridge.
Yes.
So what I did was I calculated the distance. From Clay to St. Paul Bridge, the distance is 26.7 miles. I'm not an engineer, right? I'm sure engineers are listening to the show. But a mile of road, the cost to build a mile of road, preferably in Liberia, is between 1 million to 4 million, depending on the width of the road. So if you are giving us 200,000, can 200,000 build a 26.7 mile road between Clay and St. Paul Bridge, even though you have already shipped
But
400?
Martin, again, you making me angry. The president stood up. We played it clear. Let's close them down. That's the mindset of President Bwaka. Okay? And look at all the documents they sent me. They said somebody eating the money. $1.8 million were given to this government. This government.
So here's the point, CEO. On the other side, do you know that Western Cluster is creating health and environmental hazard for our people? Because they're applying along the route of bombing, VOA, Douala, Lokintan, up to Freeport. Go to Ankara because the company.
Do your closing because you're hurting my head. Do your closing because this is nonsense. This is us now. So what the hell? We can shut them down. Why are we bringing a minister that want to negotiate with them? Why are we begging for $200 when these people walking away with over 200 million? Why are our people dying? Why are the students walking to school in put dirty, unsafe drinking water they are taking? Then we then negotiating. Then you get Rolling Guinness begging for 200,000, and the people say, "Get the hell out of here! We gave you $1.79 million." The people say, "No, don't beg us. Don't come to us crying at night. This is what we gave you. The money there. That's it. Yes, the money. 1.79, almost $1.8 million. We give it to you. Don't beg us for any more cent."
Mr. Colley, let me ask you a question. Please give me permission to ask you a question. Instead of MDA, the CDC government signed an MOU, which was in fact a violation of any reason why any company will operate in our country.
Correct.
Please, may I ask you, why has the United Party government, upon arrival, not cancelled and asked Western Cluster to leave our country? Why?
And this is one of my fundamental difference with the president, right? The president has the power to close down Western Cluster. He demonstrated that will when he visited Western Cluster and said, "You guys are damaging our bridges, our roads, and you are doing." And some of us applauded the president when they first revoked their permit. Later on, they gave them their permit on what basis? There is no justifiable reason. Now, Turkish, right? Turkish are in control of the company. Go to Ankara. Can a Liberian company in Turkey plow to Ankara with iron ores to the port? Why are we jeopardizing the health of our people? I have proposed to President Bwaka, let's shut down this company. In fact, I have proposed to President Bwaka that we review the concession agreements of all these concession companies. Let me just say the CEO, go to the report of Letty 2023. Do you know that we generated over 1.4 billion from iron ore, diamond, gold, and palm just in 1 year? And those companies only gave us, Liberians, they only gave us a little over 200 million out of 1.4 billion United States dollars.
We'll continue more, Martin.
But CEO, give me 2 minutes, please. I beg. I'm begging everyone on the show. Just give me 2 minutes at most, please. 2 minutes. Now, I have asked President Bwaka, they need to pay their fair share. These are our resources. You can raise over 1.4 billion and give us little over 200 million, as though the resources are owned by you. This is exploitation. We have to put an end to it, President Bwaka.
We'll close them down. We'll close them down. We'll close them down.
This was one of the reasons why I supported President Bwaka. Now let's come to the Chinese. Let's come to the Chinese who's been illicitly mining in Bapulu. Now, CEO, you see, this real minister, quote unquote, is being supported by some big shots in the government. And very soon we are going to expose that. We have to stop facilitating crimes against our own people. Liberia should be better than that after 177 years. But the reason why we are not better than that, because a minute portion of the population, perhaps the officials of government, continue to compromise public interests. And I want to go back to 1975. Now, there was a law during that time, CEO, called the General Business Law. That law was amended under former President Turnbull, and we had a new law coming into force called the liberalization policy. Under the 1975 liberalization policy, CEO, are you aware that there are 26 exclusive businesses that should be done only by Liberians? Let me name a few of them. Number one, black making with cement, clay, and leg materials. Number two, supply of sand. Number three, operation of gas station. Only Liberians are supposed to be doing these things. This is the law. It's on the book. Why is our government not enforcing this law? Number four, commercial printing, retail sale of rice. Do you know that foreigners are doing retail sale of rice in that country? This should only be done by Liberians. 1975 liberalization policy. Our problem is enforceability. And this is why we have cautioned President Bouakai to do, because we elected him to do that. Number six, travel agencies. Only Liberians are supposed to operate. Number seven, advertising agency, graphics and commercial arts, importation and sale of used car. Do you know how many foreigners doing importation and sales of used car in our country? Only Liberians are supposed to do that, not foreigners. Why are we not enforcing the laws to protect our people? Number eight, the tire repair shops. Number nine, distribution in Liberia locally manufactured products, cinemas, production of portrait products, importation, sale of second-hand used clothes, ice making, ice cream. Only Liberian CEO. But look at all these businesses done by foreigners. Our people do not even have the capital to invest in these areas. That's why we elected President Bouakai to create the enabling environment for our people to strive and succeed in their own country, because that country belongs to Liberians. Let me zero in on this. You know, I listened to Brother Isaac Doe throwing out wild claims, and thank God Conan Gray was very clear. I still have the rate of arrest against me. The rate of arrest is still active. If I come to that country today, the government could arrest me. That rate of arrest was initiated by the CDC-led government. And the reason for that was to put fear in me not to come back to the country, because I was a threat to the existence of the CDC-led government. And some of us have got no regret for standing up against the CDC-led government. Today, if there was election between President Joseph Bouakai and former President George Weah, I will vote for President Bouakai again. I will vote for President Bouakai again. So what I'm saying to you, CEO, we have our laws on the book. Mining companies, plantations, all these people are exploiting our people's labor. President Bouakai has to end these things. We could generate millions of dollars if we insist and demand that these people pay their fair share. If we begin to enforce laws like the 1975 liberalization policy, that would be good. As a daughter about political prisoner, today we have the former FIU boss, Alex. He went he fled the country. He worked under your government, but he had to flee. He had to flee. Mr. Ellis Coffey, he's on record for fleeing the country. Probably he will want to join the show and confirm what I'm saying. So what we are saying to you, Isaac, right? We've come a long way. I am not saying President Bouakai should not pursue cases under the administration of Ellen Johnson Sirleaf. If I tell you that there was no corruption under Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, I will be a blatant liar. I'm an honest person. In fact, some of us stood up for 12 years against the regime of Ellen Johnson Sirleaf. There were excesses. There were excesses. And I would like for President Bouakai to also pursue cases under the regime of Ellen Johnson. We should not only limit it to the CDC-led government. We should pursue everybody. I can tell President Bouakai this for a fact. If we decide to pursue cases, for example, from 2011 up to 2023, President Bouakai could recover and retrieve up to $1 billion stolen by public officials. I'm very serious. And we could start providing some of this evidence. I profile some of the cases.
I know we'll have you back, Martin. Thank you.
Martin used all his time for tomorrow also. See, Martin already used his time for tomorrow.
Thank you, bro. That was a
Yes,
beautiful
CEO,
show.
let me talk so I can go to bed. Thank you.
I want Uncle Sam to go there. I say we're close for tonight.
Okay, listen, Martin, let me just give you some insight and a correction. The 1975 law was amended by the National Investment Code of 2010, reducing the 25 or 26 businesses to 17. We only have 17 businesses now. In 2010, the World Bank, through the IFC, came and tried to impose to remove all restrictions on what we call foreign direct investments into the country, right? So it means that a foreigner could do any business. They wrote four sheets of paper, and I know Fatima always talk about me writing 25 pages for $25,000, but I'm as a research economist or work class, a page with data, it takes sometimes like a week to write a page. So, that's just the way it is. But anyway, I single-handedly for them, I appended myself to the Liberian Business Association when Sam Mitchell was president and Kimaya was, I think, like vice president. And Lila Kupuyi, you can go ask him. The record is there. And I fought Linda Thomas Greenfield, and I fought the IFC, and I fought the National Investment Commission with Richard Tolbert. He's alive. Go ask him. When they wrote the 4 pages, I wrote 108 pages countering and demonstrating that most countries in the world at the stage of development have restrictions on foreign direct investment. And Ellen Salif called me to her office, and you can ask this guy, Chapa. Chapa was then working at the Ministry of State at that time. And Ellen basically looked, Sam, you're right. So let's negotiate. So we negotiated. So the National Investment Code of 2010 has 17 businesses reserved for Liberians. So Liberians in the audience there, you want to clap for me, you want to curse me, but I made that happen. And I have a documentation, I have a proof. The National Investment Code of 2010, it was I, as the economist working for the Liberian Business Association, that brought the World Bank, the IFC, and the international system to their knees, because I provided data and evidence that most countries have restrictions on foreign direct investment, including Ghana. Page 1 of the Ghanaian Investment Code says to do any trading within the Ghanaian economy, you must bring in $300,000 and hire at least, I think, like 15 Ghanaians. But look, let's get back to the show. It was a great show today. Marty, a lot of respect for you. But let's just face it. The Unity Party that you now support, let's look at the U.S. Human Rights Report of 2017. Just Google it. Arbitrary killings, extrajudicial killings, and all of the same things that they said about the CDC government. It's just like a cut and paste. Okay. And I asked my very good friend Mame to tell me which political prisoner was killed. And he can't tell me which political prisoner was killed. He said Matthew Innes, the political prisoner working at the central bank. It isn't an unexplained murder. And those 4 auditors, I think we should have some sort of a closure for their families. I think we should bring forensic auditors. I think we should fully investigate them. I think every unexplained death in Liberia, we should bring international investigators to close them out. Okay, but credibly, November 7, 2011, at least 2 people were killed. And one of the people who held a gun at that time is a senior official of the Liberian National Police today. Went to law school. He's a big man. So if you want to be fair, there must be equity in terms of in the judicial system. I'm not asking you guys to set Samuel 12 free. I'm asking for Samuel 12 to come back, present himself, go to the judicial system, and if they have enough evidence against him, that burden is upon the state to prove that he is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. But the CDC didn't go to there to obstruct the judicial proceedings. They didn't do that. It was the Unity Party government, Unity Party Youth League, Amos Twe, and others who obstructed. That way, no insurrection by the CDC. The CDC has not, demonstrated that it can be insurrection in Liberia. It is the Unity Party officials, including Madam Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, who financed the 14-year war. The record is there. The record is there. There's no evidence of George Weah being involved in this. He was a peace ambassador, UNICEF peace ambassador. So when you talk about people talking about insurrection, the insurrection is placed directly at the political party that is demonstrably financed the 14-year war and also start to obstruct the arrest of the chairman of that political party, Mr. Vani Sherman. Mr. Vani Sherman was a party chairman and also was the lawyer for most of the 66 out of 68 concession agreements. It's clear. That is the fact. And he was sanctioned because of that, the chairman of the Unity Party. So when you talk about false equivalences and you want to talk about the CDC, and when you start using language like people gang looted the treasury, an indictment is an allegation. It is not a conviction. So you want to try to tell the people in Cape Town and in Yakutown where I live that Samuel Toy is guilty, that they should bring him according to Conor Gray, and they should build a special prison for him, and they should and my friend Paul Kennedy says he should be crushing rocks. Like these people have been brought guilty before. This is not justice.
I will interrupt you. Correction, Rock. Let me interrupt you. Let me correct you. Thank you.
Your internet is not good. I beg, can you just hold on 1 minute? Uncle Sam, please finish up.
Okay, so the thing is, like, I want equity, but those who come with equity must come with clean hands. And the Unity Party government doesn't have clean hands. They're coming with an agenda that starts from 2018 out of a country that was formed in 1822 and been independent for 177 years. But you are limiting your quest for justice within only 5 or 6 years. That's not justice. That's a truncation of justice. That's prevarication. That's hypocrisy. That is bringing doomsday justice to Liberia because you inflame the passions of people who will be part of that inequitable justice system. But we're not going to try to inflame the passion of the people. We will let justice take its course. You went into the streets when you set up the Asset Recovery Task Force. Okay? You started hijacking vehicles illegally. You did that. That is your record. So on that note, I close. And God bless you.
1 second, please.
Thank you, Uncle Sam. Uncle Sam, as always, we say thank you. It's good to have you. Let's go to Asido. Let him close. And if anybody want to do an extra comment, they can come.
Yeah, we have to do it. Thank you. So
I just want to clarify something.
Hold on, Martin.
I say, hold on 1 minute, please. Martin, let Asido close. If we have to make any clarification, at least we all have closed. Please.
No, just on the law quoted by Uncle Sam.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You are, guys, 1 minute now. Martin, hold on, please. Let's give Ashley the chance to do
I can take
yeah. Go ahead, Ashley.
Yeah.
Please close.
Yeah, well, let me have my little time. I think you talk for 25 minutes. It's okay. So again, like I said earlier on, it's a good show. Good show. And Brother Martin, we are not sinking Sino Ridder's son here. This is not a Rambo fairy tale movie where Rambo captured the whole country he won, and then in real life, people fighting, you can go capture it. Nothing is not it we're doing here. Nothing we're doing serious business here. This is not a we agreed chat room where you go in UP, you talk something. Nothing. You talk about 3 missing boys. Apparently, you were writing a 55-page rebuttal to something, so you did not have the time to listen to Gregor Como. Mandy, Gregor Como says lie. If you did not have all of your time writing a 55-page to just explain one thing, you will know that rescue, UPRG. He said, lie. But you still coming to say the same thing, missing boys. Reduce the 55 page to at least 10 page. Maybe when you get to 10 page, you will get time to listen to him. This is not a fairy tale place here. This is where you have people of equal intellectuals. You understand? When I come here to do this, and Rambo get gun, he shoot the whole village a Brenton. No, brother. And I know you talk about another thing again. It's just funny. I had him here. You said that Western Cluster, he got no MDA. Man, please take your time. Leave Google small and do research. Call the people at the legislature. President Bwaga is the president. Call him. During his term, they said 66 agreements were bookers. Western Cluster was one of those. Yes, there's an NDA that President Bwaga signed. Let me tell you about the MOU. Why brought the MOU? Apart from the NDA, Western Cluster, before Ebola time, because it was Ebola time where Western Cluster and other people left, they were doing all kinds of things in the country. So the roads were not good. That's how the government thought, man, you can't be doing things in the country, the roads like this. And now they enter in MOU for the specific roads. That's why when you see the thing you put up, you will see this place, 10 kilometer road MOU. It is not like it was the MOU that brought Western Cluster in Liberia. No. Western Cluster came as a legitimate company with NDA that President Bwaga signed on. So please do research more, leave 55-page writing to explain one single thing and forget about Google a little bit. And I know Mame gone. He always let to come and talk and he run away. Every time he wants to talk, he wants, oh, the boss smart. Every day he comes on the show, he wants to talk about Kairos Gray. But I know that it is funny. Mame choose for a friend man to bring him to America. Kairos Gray choose to take his wife to France. I don't think Kairos Gray ask you not to bring your wife to America. The fact that never been able to bring you to America and not carrying your wife to America, what's your issue with it? Every day you want to Kairos Gray carry a wife, man, that's not a good thing. But let's go to this.
Isaac, they're below the belt there, man.
What we have been talking, but I'm not going to say it, man. What you want to forget about me, man? So what we have been saying,
Start talking like street man on the show.
Let me end, my man.
You're acting like street man,
man.
Oh,
let me end. I'm a time. I beg you, please. Your talk, hold me out here. Thank you.
Colonel Gray, let Asset speak.
Yeah,
Colonel Gray, Mame will respond to Asset. Let Asset speak, please.
So listen. What we have been talking as witch hunt has been displayed right here on Spoon. And Stanton, thank you. You did due diligence, Stanton. You went through the CBL report. And like I said the last time, the CBL report that has documents that found policy issue, those are regular audit findings. Good. The most important findings in the CBL report linked Amara Kone to stealing over $170 million. Stanton, you brought it up. Nobody talked about it on the show. Everybody talked about Samuel Tuago. That is the witch hunt we are talking about. Are you interested in fighting corruption? Listen. I will take time and explain what the audit report said. Okay? Now, when the auditors went to audit, they saw some transactions and they said they could not link to any document, any evidence of where it came from, because they were instructed by the government to only audit from 2018. After they did their funding, CBL told them, no, this is how it worked. In 2014 to 2016, World Bank and other partners, IMF, gave Liberia about 170 million plus when President Bwaga was vice president, when Amara Kone was minister, and was president. When they received that over 170 million, they did not account for it anywhere in the budget to show that was budget support. So in 2020, IMF engaged the governor of Liberia and said, you know what? We gave you people loans during the Ebola time, up to 170 million. You have not been paying. What's up with that? That's how the government and IMF sat and came to do a reversal entry to recognize that 170 million plus. When the auditors went, they said, okay, where the money came from? How you get it here? People said, no, America, can't tell how you get it. Because in 2014, IMF is saying we owe them money. But how we owe them the money? They brought the evidence. We have to recognize it. That money came from IMF, came from 2014 to 2016. So the auditor said there are no traces to that money into the financial statement of our country. That is the most important thing from any other.
We're on 10 minutes now.
Allah.
Please don't interrupt Asido. We beg you, please. Asido almost done. We beg you.
Oh, again, think about it. 170 million having no traces to the financial statements of the CBL. This was raw cash, US dollars, raw money given to the government of President Boakai, Mr. Amarakone, that they could not account for in the budget. This is not like no document, policy different. Is we give you money, but we can see that money being accounted for in the system. But nobody cared to talk about it. Nobody. So Stanton, I know we'll talk about them more tomorrow, but that is the current issue. And let me just send out a congratulations to, and yeah, you can see it, Stanton. You can see loan 2016 or 2018, but when you go to the reading, they will tell you exactly how they managed to recognize that when you go through the issue. So the government had to recognize this because there was no evidence of being reported. Amara, 170 million. Where you guys talking at? Now it came from 2014. Now the auditors, the government said, don't go to 2014, just go to 2018. So now it's tough. It's tough. We will hope to see Mr. Amara Kone on an oath providing information on how the magistrate used 170 million. We hope to see that. Those are the things we should be talking about. And my sister, Henrietta Morgan, I was out over the weekend. You know, I'm a celebrity on this place. When I go out, it's me crazy. I met a lot of people though, but Henrietta Morgan was so crazy. We met, you know, it was a crazy time. You know, she's a UP prodigy, and she said she had been waiting to see me. Anytime she promised that when she see me, it would not be easy. Now she saw me, now she left my belly. She just laughed with me all day, gave me food and all that kind of a good thing. I appreciate our gathering. You know, when you see me in person, you like me. You know I'm a real guy. That who come here, you people won't bring all the lie. Mama, don't mind those things. We always say the truth. So it was a good show again. Please, let us keep discussing this 170 million of cash that we don't know where yet. It is important we do. It is important.
So stand up, we stay with?
No, yeah, wait. Nobody.
It's too much, man.
Nobody
wants too much. Can we go now?
Yeah, going back.
Because this guy's not making sense. It's going over line, over line, over line. We gotta go.
All right, guys, I got to speak. I don't think it's fair, Conagray. You have only one moderator.
Oh, you get always get an extra time.
Conagray, we gave Mountain equal time to speak, and you didn't interrupt. And Conagray, please, let's end the show on a good note.
Anton, it's on.
I beg you, my Conagray, please, let's end the show on a good note. If you tired being, you can excuse yourself.
No, it's not a matter of excuse.
Conagray, but that's not fair. Please, let me moderate.
It's not fair to us. Yes,
Conagray, we'll see you tomorrow. Let me moderate the show. Don't do this. Asido is almost done. Why are you interrupting him? We give Martin equal time. We give everybody time to speak. Don't do this. But want to appreciate every one of you for joining this phone talk tonight. Asido, please. If you're done, I want to give Martin Ash to make some correction. And we have to go to him. But I beg you, if you're done, then again, please,
10 seconds. 10 seconds.
Yes, let me give you 10 seconds.
Yeah,
please.
Thank you. And I wanted to just say very quickly, there was a time where Thomas Falah and other people were being accused of getting chocks and everything with the Western Cluster. I want to say on this record. There is a company called Efficient Logistics. That company, owned by one Mappe, who is the brother to Rescue RG Gregory Como, and another Mr. Bidel. Mr. Bidel lives right opposite the road from President Bakai House. He is a staunch party of Unity Party. He's a strong member of Unity Party. They are the one with the choking agreement with Western Cluster. If anybody can bring a single document that tied Thomas Fowler and anybody from the CDC directly with Western Cluster, I will not come on school anymore. And you can have a rescue discussion every day.
Thank you, Isaac. Thank you. Isaac, let me do my closing. Martin, we have the last one. He will do his correction. Let me say to everybody, we appreciate you. Over 80,000 people follow us now. One of the biggest programs we ever had. I don't know why, but we just appreciate all our fans. Over 11,000 comments and over 1,000 share. We appreciate Martin Colley for joining us. A very great program, very great show today. We want to say to every one of you, just always believe in our little bit knowledge. When we come on the show to explain and tell you, we do our best. We may not know it all, but you believe and trust in us that we can give you this information. We do not sleep. My phone been going off like crazy. I spoke to government officials, people involved, corporate entities, senators, other lawmakers, and we just to bring you the fact and the actual story. And yet we add again today, telling you that the more we'll dig deeper and give you more. Continue to follow Spoon Network. And to our brother Martin, thank you for the great newspaper. You always share your story with us, the Variety newspaper. And I was able to communicate by text to Rockton CA. Again, we wish him well, and we wish his family well. We hope we can have him on the show some of these days. We're still trying to bring in John Malou that we can discuss on this issue. This is very important. We talk about this, and I will end on this. 2014 budget support, 2015 budget support. But the GAC is saying it's not fair. Read it and look at the recommendation. Who took the money? Who took the money? The Liberian people money that they cannot trace. Transaction not traceable to the operating result of CBL. This is an embarrassment. Should we now go to the second term of Madam Sadi and audit all of them? A lot of Pandora boxes will be open, a lot. We would not sit here and be quiet. We will always speak truth to power. And this thing about Western Cluster, I have over 21 attachments. And Road and Guinness need to speak on this. I just received a report again, they stopped Western Cluster again. But Road and Guinness, what are you doing? Backing Western Cluster for 200,000? And some of these things, the president knows nothing about it. I dug behind it. I spoke to the group in Western Cluster, and I spoke to people in our government. And the argument they are making, almost $1.8 million, who took it? And which company operating on? I have sent the guys up there. I say, yo, go look at this place. Diamond, you go there. You identify the area that Warren Guinness said they're working. Which company got the contract? One of which is West Africa. I about to put it, who owns West Africa? The SSF again. The guys are not working. You're giving the same company that you brought into power all of the contract, and these guys not working. West Africa, SSF. Go and see what they're doing. $1.something million. I have the document. Why were they getting stay hanging with these guys? They have exploited our public work system with contracts upon contracts upon contracts, and then doing no sugar handling RST. I'm a Christian. I don't want to call it war. Let me abbreviate them. Only when I'm not on the show, I will call those wars. It's bad for our country. What our people must suffer. It's about time that we talk about closing them, breaking all the agreements, and let them take us to the war court. That's the business. Our people are dying. Children are dying. No healthcare system. From the Asamita to Western Cluster, from Western Cluster to B Mountain, can join where they kill our people. We fought for the change. And when you bring in one minister, he negotiates in the back. And you know I'm not leaving this terrible road and Guinness. And somebody just did the right thing to send me all the documents. This is bad for our country. And under this Joseph Yima Bwaga government, we trust the leadership of the president. We'll report them. We'll tell the president. We'll tell the first lady. And we'll tell the Liberian people. They will not stop us. Because you got some people in government, they are so mad. They want the best to come. They want the best to happen for Liberians. That's why they voted for Joseph Yema Bwaga. May God bless you, man. When Liberian people say they want to talk, but you know why? We have to take the phone call. Martin will give it to you real quick, my brother. Ask your question, then we'll go to the phone line. We get about 10 more minutes to take Liberian people call. They must talk on everything we just discussed. The Liberian people must call today. They must be part of the conversation. So Martin, we give it to you. You got a quick concern, shoot, and then we'll open the phone line.
Okay, just two concerns, CEO. Thank you very much. So the first correction I want to make to the response of Mr. Jackson has to do with the investment code of 2010. So basically, the investment code still reserves exclusive businesses for Liberians only. 16 of them. Then you have like 16 of them, but you say like 10, so it's 16.
No, I said 17, but you're right, it's 16. Yes.
Okay.
It is.
Then you have
I think it's 16 or 17, but I still have to double check that, but either 16 or 17. But go ahead.
So it's 16. Yeah. Then you have like 13. 13 can be done by non-Liberians, but with conditions. The first
Liberian partners.
Exactly. And you must have at least 300,000. So this is the law. So these 26 businesses are still reserved for Liberians, except 13 have conditions. So we should be enforcing the law. On the issue my brother Isaac raised, I'm not going to get involved into rare hearing, because what he's doing is rare hearing, you know, attacking personality and leaving the authenticity of the issue. But here's the issue, Isaac. I don't know whether you understand how concession agreements are passed in our country. I told you Western Cluster operates under an MOU. And this is the origin, right? Western Cluster left the country 2013. Before Western Cluster could even start operating, El Nito had 49% share. 49% share. That share was sold. So when a share is sold, then the agreement has to be amended. This is free, Isaac, right? Whenever there's a change of agreement as a result of a share by a shareholder being sold, then the legislature has to amend that MDA. That was never done. Western Cluster left during the Ebola 2013. They came back and that law was never amended. A new law was never enacted. That's how your government bypassed the MDA and decided to initiate a dubious MOU without amending the existing MDA that was already available after El Nito sold her share of 49%. You understanding that now? So the Western Cluster you reference is still operating under a dubious MOU until the MDA can be amended. Because of the 49% share that El Nito sold, there is no MDA. Anything that they are operating on is illegal, Isaac. That's how the law works. This is why I'm calling on President Bwaga to take some aggressive steps. Because if you look at what's happening in our country, Isaac, we are being exploited. Our resources are being exploited. Look across mines, plantations. Our people's labor is being exploited. Nothing is being done about that. We have a Ministry of Labor. We have a Ministry of Labor that is almost not effective, practically. You know.
Thank you.
The other day we raised some of these issues. Up to now, we are still waiting for President. But one thing President Bwaga has done is to pursue people who gang rape the national treasury. And I want to call to not only limit these pursuits to sedition or CDC officials. If officials right now honor his government, some of them allegedly engaged into corruption, they should be dealt with.
Mighty corruption, and that's what we need to speak to. A lot of stuff happening, man.
So
The
let
boy
the
in the back door. Thank you, Martin. Martin, thank you. Let's just go to the Liberian people and take calls.
I'm sorry, I gotta run to sleep. I'm a
Uncle
little
Sam,
bit
thank
tired.
you. Have a good night, Uncle Sam. Have a good night, Uncle Sam. That's what happened when you're 72 years old.
To make these clarifications, it was very important to have been made. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Martin. It's always good having you. Damo, let's take call. Let's listen to Liberian people, 15 of them, the best 15, or maybe 20. Let's listen to them. I will stay here till the Liberian people call. This is their show.
Why your room always red and dark?
That's not a real room, that Facebook room.
Okay, I just wanted to know, Fatima, why you laughing?
That's my studio.
Okay, Conor Gray.
I will invite you to my studio to
That
come
is
do
my
recording.
studio. That is my studio.
You
know everybody's story.
Let's go to the full line with Baking Your.
Fatima can set the mood.
Yeah, the red light, right? They might get planned. Go ahead, Damo.
All right, so this person here. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning.
Let's hear you out, please.
Good morning.
Morning, you live on the Spoon Talk. Kindly reduce the volume of your device.
Yeah, what I wanted to say is that the Bible says something. The Bible says when you have a plank in your eye, it will be too big to see a mote in another person's eye. So I believe this government should really work on themselves. If President Boaka had come, clearing his government, cleaning everything, and he decides, to start looking for people who stole government money, I would have failed him. But there are a lot of mistakes, a lot of stealing, and yet they have the audacity to want to go, ask for other people. I've come to believe that the hearts of Nigerians have been sealed with hot iron. That means we are cushionless. Check yourself, put yourself in order, are able to fight other corruption. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's take this next person here. Hello. Hello, good morning. Hello. Let's hear you out, please.
Yeah, this is just and I'm being very from Ghana. This issue of conversion is getting off. So the excellency President Boaka will take a serious step against this conversion, because if you say the president for us, the conversion is getting off. It's getting a come up with the massive. So they can do the person take a serious step against the conversion and do everything and reduce it. Thank you for saving the time.
Thank you for calling as well. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Erowat Judicial. I'm joining from Johnsonville.
Go ahead, sir.
Okay. I just want to make this special recommendation to the president that the time for Liberia to have a better change is now. And if it doesn't work, we'll have it accountable. We depend on the president that everything that we've been suffering for and the massive corruption, we believe in him that he can have a greater change, have a greater impact on our life. So we want him to investigate those people who can rob our treasury, and not only to investigate them, but to take those property back from them. Everything they have stolen from this country should be retrieved and be put back to the proper place. Thank you.
Thank you for calling. Good morning.
Good morning.
Go
this
ahead,
is
please.
Ansu Bamba calling from New York.
Go ahead, Ansu.
Well, let me say my thanks and appreciation to Stanton Waterstone for making this point very interesting. And Adwadi, let me say thank you to you. But Stanton, if this passage Jackson is telling us, the Liberian people, that Boaka should start from the previous government. When the Russian administration took what did they do? Because we their hands in the jar. So they never had time to audit the government. Now the constitution mandated all the president said let's start from 2018 because it's in the president. That's the kind of position he has authority on. And he wants to audit. Now American story has come up. They will not say a witch hunt because American is not a sedition. But once it comes to sedition, it's a witch hunt. And thank you to the police outlet that brought the information about the 3 missing boys and the phone. I refer to that as witch hunt. But when it comes to the mission, it will become witch hunt.
Okay, sir.
Sometimes they don't bring this to they don't bring this to they can contradict themselves too much. So that I will call him a blammer day because
No, we wouldn't allow that. No. You made your selling point and then you want anyway with that. No. Sorry about that. Hello?
Yeah, good morning.
Good morning. Let's hear you out, please.
Yeah, my cousin calling from Ominga Oshi.
Go ahead, please.
Thank you ever so much for the program, the kind of a brilliant program. I first talk about the Western Crossers. I came from bombing a few times. My brother, Western Crossers cars is more than 200 pieces of truck. And when the small car is leaving from that place after 7 o'clock, your life at risk. And now my father worked for Blanco Company in the city. They build twin truck extra from the car. The normal road is not being used, then the company road. My brother, when you throw on that road, it's risky.
Oh, no.
The SSF that you're giving, the people give the contractor, nothing they doing on that road. Whether is there a deal between the public works minister and those people. We didn't know.
Thank you, sir.
Why will we do that tomorrow? Our children too, not to suffer the how we're suffering. So there is a wake-up call to the president, Excellencies Joseph Yuma Baka, to wake up, not to be what we were saying that he's sleeping, you don't know what he's doing, but we believe that you know what he's doing. Let him wake up and make sure that let law be put into place in Liberia.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Pleasant morning to you. So CEO, that's that. I saw you showing 2 fingers as if those were the last 2 calls. And just to speak to what he said concerning the Western Cluster trucks, remember when we were on the nationwide tour during the campaign period, and I was moving from county to county. I experienced that between my journey from Cape Mount to Bomi. That night, the truck nearly ran us off the road. You know, at night they move at excessive speed on that road. They don't care what's coming or not. You know, we had to park off the road. I still have that video. So when he talked about that, you know, it took my mind back. Fatima, just a quick question for you as we're wrapping up. You say, why Isaac wearing suit and tie and right shirt?
Oh, he went to his interview today.
But y'all want to do this thing. That may started so
You say you were taking with him.
And you say I went to my cartoon pushing interview. Why you get any?
I want to say let's end on the weekend. For all those of you that call, we'll try to restrict our time for you guys to be able to call him early. We want to hear more from you. Again, like I said, want to say thank you. Over 80,000 people watch this and more will watch this program today. Will pass 100,000. Just on Spoon alone, you have over 80,000, over 12,000 comments and more. We bless you. May God be with you. May God keep you. Let's just always think about Liberia. I'm angry when you talk about Liberia. I'm angry based on the fact that everything we champion, everything we fought for, guess what happened? The Asala Mita, the Western Cluster, the B Mountain, the Putu Mountain, people playing games with our people. And when you touch our people, you make me so angry. So I will say this. We'll push President Joseph Yuma Baka. We encourage him. We'll speak on this thing. If any minister playing game with our Liberian people and taking cattle and taking money, we expose them. The document I have in my possession, Western Cluster saying we gave the people the money. They gave you the money, you go right back to the similar people that you give money to face row, and they have not even done a damn thing. You're giving them more contracts. Are you getting a kickback from them? We want Roland Guinness to explain to the Liberian people. He's messing up. Roland Guinness is messing up. I will say this because I know what I have in my possession. I know the Liberian people are getting angry. Don't call a deal with Western Cluster. Look at the signature page. Disbursement of 200,000 United dollars towards the repair works on the critical section between the St. Paul Bridge to Clay Junction to Bow Waterside. Other concessionaires operation in the area will be engaged for similar financial support in keeping with the corridor pliable at all times. That's nonsense. Look at Honorable Prince Tamba. We from the African some kind of bank. Deputy Minister for Technical. What is 200,000? Who's submitting this to President Bwaka? You're celebrating? The people are in argument with you that they gave you $1.8 million? This is nonsense. What should our country settle for this? Read the entire letter. How can we bring in you guys to work and represent Joseph Yeman Bwaka and you're cutting us shitty deals? This is an embarrassment. Our people, look at EPA. Our people are dying. The environment is bad. Not only Western Cluster, Asalamita, Big Mountain, Putu Mountain, all those other places. Today they released Gao Fan, the real minister. He released on bail. He and 7 others. Today they are talking about Michael, the other Chinese guy. We'll talk about them tomorrow. Who's the real Chinese ambassador in the country? This is an embarrassment. Our country is dying slowly, and our leaders are sitting there and enriching themselves. You think we're going somewhere? You made a mistake. We ain't going anywhere. We here. You're praying.
You said it yesterday.
Yeah, because people are happy. Like, yeah, we're going somewhere. The laws will be quiet. Stanton will not be around to talk again, and we can't talk nonsense in Tabata to lie to our Liberian people. But the prayer of the righteous is very much. The Liberian people are praying because the one spoon talk to stay. They don't believe you anymore. You're crying beyond Western Cluster for 200,000.
Stanton, 200,000 even face between Freeport to Claratown.
I mean, but the people are suffering for nonsense.
So look at the sketch of road between Freeport to
what I have
Claratown.
you know what? You piss me off. Let me just send it to Martin Colley because you got to run his newspaper. Then you will try about your own newspaper.
200,000 that road. I said they're trying to break the cross right against scatter on the road.
My brother, that the weekend eating or that the weekend chopping. That,
Yeah, 200,000.
I mean, this is
but
these are the people that say they're causing the oil right here. Kind of believe that.
It's 1.5 million for 1 mile of road.
I mean, $1.8 million.
Because they accepted
1.8 million have already been chopped. They want at the weekend. The weekend coming now. So people gotta get small thing, bro.
I mean, why should we be like this? And these people are celebrating you giving contract to SSF. Again, the phone when you get an feeling with AI, because you get your 10%, your 15% kickback.
SSF, George, we have people hire and they were criminal. That the same people you hire. What sense they make?
The MOU does not have any legitimate claim to allow Western Cluster to operate in Liberia. Based on that information, shouldn't you think that the Liberian government, under the Mines and Energy, or whoever has the sector leadership to review this, if they are amending a contract to make sure the Western Cluster remains within the contract, if they find out, because like Damon just said, there's a lot of environmental hazard.
Don't start the show again, Paul. We gotta go. The beginning coming away show.
Environmental hazard on the road. Come on, bro.
We're gonna keep it. We're gonna keep it for the more. I just want to share this thing. I want to share this thing with you guys.
The thing is just simple, right?
I'm out of here, man.
Thank you, boss.
We now have a government in power. The mess was created by the CDC-led government.
I mean, you were in Liberia for 12 years? You were in Liberia for UP 12 years?
What?
I mean, were you in Liberia for UP 12 years?
I say respect the man that he told now. I beg you, I say. Yeah, but I say let the man talk. I beg you. I was stopping people not to interrupt you. Let him talk.
I'm an activist on UP's 12 years, and I challenge the system. The records are there.
You know what you did. Stop talking about
So what I'm saying to you, but you asking me whether I was there. I'm telling you I was there, and I challenged the system. So the point I'm making is a mess was created under a dubious MOU. One of the reasons why the people decided to elect President Bwaka was to change the Western Cluster deal. Do you know why President Bwaka won Bombing County? Convincingly, because of that Western Cluster deal. They wanted Western Cluster out. The company is exploitative. And never
But all call the people to stay up 24/7 to vote. And all tell the people say no sleeping because the people were tired for Western cluster.
If you notice when President Weah went there during the campaign, went there during the campaign, do you know that they boo him?
Yeah, we got that video. We got that video. But let's say thank you to all of you. Thank you very much for joining us. We want to say again, come back tomorrow. It will be a very, very great show tomorrow. We want to say thank you very much, Martin Cody. As always, you are welcome on Spoon.
All amendments.
Please tell people to follow Verity Online. Verity Online News. Please follow. And also the Town Square. A lot is coming up. Journalists at the Verity News. They are doing a lot of great job. We want to tell them thanks. Even the situation of the Chief Justice, as she spent over $33,000 on her private medical to Turkey. So we've been investigating a lot. We've been digging out.
Your newspaper will it be out tomorrow or Wednesday?
Wednesday. The paper comes up on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. So
thank you very much.
Can I have the last word?
And
Thank you.
I
said let's free talk.
Thank you very much. We'll see you again. We'll see you again, Martin. Thank you. Paul Kennedy, thank you as always. We have to go. Thank you very much. Paul Kennedy, thank you very much. Fatima, thank you. We care about you, Fatima, but we gotta go. Thank you very much, man. As always, thank you. It's good to see you. When Madam Tiji Red will beat me on the time issue, you guys do not hang around on the phone call. The CEO said we went totally above our time. We appreciate every one of you as always. Damo Slanger, thank you very much for running a unique show. We say thanks to all of our followers, our audience. We love you, but God love you the best. We say keep the faith. Liberia will be better. We're just tired of the same wahala. Great day today for the arrest made. Now the justice will take a course. We want to say to all of you, calm down, be patient. What I have, what people send to me about sources, will share with you. You always think Liberia, you always love Liberia, and together we'll build Liberia. It's the best thing we can do for our country. Do not give up. Don't lose hope. We'll expose them. We'll tell the world who they are. And you will remember a great show that ever came your way, Spoon Talk. Because of you, we are here every day. Because of you, we have changed our schedule. Because of you, we refuse to take some jobs that will interfere with our time. Because we gave you the best. May God bless you. May God keep you. Please follow us. Please subscribe to our program. Follow up on, like us, follow us. Anywhere you can find us, be part of us. And we want to say, till we meet again, may the grace of God be upon you and yours. Have a good night. Damo, thank you.
Yeah, but see, you announced the news on missing in Ghana. You didn't announce
they went back, right?
Yeah, they went back.
Yeah, they went back. I forgot. But let me play this. I wanted to play this real quick because somebody took on a bar, but let's play what Trukon sent me, Jenna. He says, see you, don't forget.
So yesterday when you hear me singing, oh, I'm talking, oh, we're fighting against.
No, guys, listen. I know I want to go, but let me do it one more time. Just one more time, Dama. I beg you, one more time, Dama. Please, just one more time. Hey, man. That I really like Samuel 12 for that song. Let me send a shout out to Samuel D12, okay? Because everything that's happening, let's just play it one more time. Guys, I know you want me to play it one more time. Just listen again. Enjoy it.
So yesterday when you hear me singing,
Whatever you are, just stand and start dancing. That's the best thing we can do. Let's go with peace. Let's go with happiness. Yay! That's a great song.
We're going to fight battle.
We're not going to fight battle.
We're fighting against.
The battle has begun. You hear me? Someone twice said we are going to fight battle. The battle of the justice system in our country. That battle has begun. The battle that Senator will be arrested and taken by the Liberian National Police. That battle has begun. That's why the mayor is getting in Zigo. But that's why you look at me like this. The mayor is getting in Zigo. That's a battle cry. He's getting in gear. He said, John, we're going to fight battle. The Liberian people, my life is on the line. My family life is on the line. I look left, I saw the sanction from the American government. I look right, I saw the rate of arrest from the Liberian government. I said to my people, fear not. This is what Senator is saying. He said, you look left, he look right. Sanction coming. 6.2 million for FIA coming by the Liberian government. Then he looked straight ahead. Then he said to his fellow Liberian.
So yesterday when you hear me singing, oh, I'm talking, oh.
That's the battle cry.
We're fighting against.
And that's it, Damo. The battle of the life of Senator has begun. The American tried him. The Liberian government tried him. But he said, Amukuteo, Amukuteo. Amukuteo, Amukuteo, Amukuteo. Folks, have a good night, man. I gotta go eat that one bar.
Folks, have a good morning. Thank you so much for watching, and Spoon Talk will return tomorrow, I should say today, 8 p.m. Liberian time. All right, Nelson is back in country. All those of you who are concerned, Nelson is back. He arrived today, and I'm not sure whether or not he will be doing his show this morning. Probably jet lagged, but Nelson is back, and thankfully, you know, though he didn't want to return within that time, he asked for 1 week extension, but that wasn't granted. But Nelson is back, and that's a good news. Have yourselves a wonderful night, and bye-bye.
Skiddy